Gotta live static, gotta get at it, never pragmatic, cause we live tragic. I can't live average, to be alive's magic. Turn it up in the back cause I'm grabbing everything I want, get in my way and I'm stabbing. I'll be moving crowds till I'm 6 feet napping. They need another fix, hooked on like an addict. I got my eyes on the prize and it's changing lives. I wanna live till I die, make a difference, right? I wanna give those in need a reason to fight. I wanna live every day like it's my last night. I wanna change how we play the game, rearrange all the pieces till they say my name. Push an agenda against doing what they say. I wanna stand up and start a revolution. I wanna 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 start a revolution.
What is up, everybody? Time for another adventure on the frontier. For any of you that have been watching so far, you'll notice things look a little bit different right now. And that is because we are currently docked in one of the few stations in the game. After our last stream went a little sideways, and we lost our first ship we made, and we lost our second ship we made, it turned into a bit of a mining simulator, so we didn't stream very long, but I spent a bunch of time mining off stream and managed to rebuild another reaver for us so that we had something we could actually do something with. And then I went on a little adventure because it was late night and I wanted to do something different. But you notice up here that my fuel is almost at 0. We made it just in time. It was a very close call. Just so we look at our journey so far, we've made it over to this kind of cluster of gates over here. And actually, now that I'm looking at the map, there's less connected systems here than I thought there was, which might spell some trouble for us. But hopefully we can find somewhere to make some fuel these systems. Let's see, where's our asset window? We were previously we were previously over here, and I kind of snaked my way over, up, and over, and eventually landed over here. Maybe it wasn't the most efficient route, but I was trying to take advantage of some of these gate systems that were close by. But I had a lot of trouble finding carbonous ore along the way, so we weren't really able to stop and refuel. And we got here just in the nick of time. It would have been unfortunate to have to kind of self-destruct and lose the ship that I spent another couple of hours making last night. But the advantage of having found a keep, so I don't have any money at all right now. We open up my wallet. Blah, blah, blah. 0. I have 0 lux. This Eve token is the crypto, and the only reason I have 0.01 is just for testing purposes. But yeah, we have 0 lux right now, which if you play Eve Online, this is the replacement for ISK. And so the only way that we're going to earn any lux is by selling loot drops from ratting sites. We haven't been very successful ratting so far, so I don't know, we might build some autocannons and try and find some different sites while we're over here. But I'm committed to be in the space for a while because I changed our respawn point to this keep, because quite frankly we're gonna need to use a keep. It was maybe a little premature of me to do so, but hope it works out. But the advantage of being in the keep is we can store our Reaver for now and use a starter ship to kind of go around, survey the surrounding systems, and see if we can find some fuel for ourselves. So that's going to be kind of what we focus on in the beginning here. Hopefully we can, you know, get ourselves moving around again. And if we look at our inventory, some people asked in a previous stream if there's any storage inside the keep. In my item hanger, you can see I have 1 million M3 of storage space, and we don't really have much of anything to store right now. There's no point in storing this stuff simply because it comes with every rookie ship. If we lose this ship, we're just going to get more. I guess we don't need to carry the crystals with us. They last for a little while. And it has space for storing up to 5 ships, so your rookie ship is one of those 5 ships. I don't feel like the item hanger will stay this big for long. That's a lot of assets to protect. And they want most things out in space and destroyable. But got and don't need to repair. We don't have any shields and armor on purpose. We're gonna undock. Take a look at the keep here for a second, and then we're going to start looking around these systems. I have not physically seen anybody yet, but I've definitely seen some evidence of people exploring around it here. So this is one of the keeps. As you can see, they are massive structures. I start zooming into the undocking here. There's our little ship coming out of the undock. I mean, these things are just huge. So that's a cool planet. Storm planet or something. Anyways, the keeps are definitely very, very big. Still has kind of those like docking guideline lights you see in EVE Online. Start by looking in this system. I don't think there's anything. Well, there wasn't anything in here last night that would help us. Looking for carbonous ore. And common ore, frankly, because without common ore we can't put down a portable refinery, and it's not going to matter. There's none in this system. Hopefully. Hopefully there is some in these systems. We came in from this little triangle down here. So I did, I think, looked at these 3 systems. Didn't see any last night. That doesn't mean it's not there now. We'll go up and check. I guess we can just jump through there. We'll go up and check this dead end system next door, and if nothing's there, we'll check out these other 3. And if not, I don't know what we're gonna do. Start there though. Hopefully we find something. I would like to not lose this ship immediately. I don't know, maybe I chose the wrong keep to go to. I thought these systems were a lot more interconnected. I should have looked at the map a little better before I decided to come over here. Now, our base is fueled for, I think, like 18, 19 days, something like that. So we do have a little time to make it back over there. Oh, well, that was kind of dumb. Let's check and see if there's anything here first. I took all the crystals out instead of loading one in. A little more promising. Nope. Metal rich. Okay, so there's some basic ore. Drone nest. Those natural. Okay. This is one of the sites we need. And rocky. Okay, but we do need the natural ore in order to put down a portable refinery. So that's good. We have half common ore. We need common ore to put down the portable refinery. So we have half of what we're looking for. Now we need to find some carbonus somewhere. This fuel that they give you on the rookie ship is not usable in the ship that we have, called like unstable fuel or something. It won't do us any good. It's only usable on this ship. So we have to find the carbonus to get some water and make ourselves some D1 fuel. But the whole reason we wanted to keep is because we need money. And the only way right now to get starting money is to sell loots from killing NPCs. And easier said than done with only a Corvette, but we'll do what we can. And the other side of it is we need to be able to buy lenses. And lenses are necessary for mining crude. And crude gives us the fuel that we will need to eventually power a frigate. We have some additional... I'm going to grab those just in case we find some carbonus ore. I'm going to grab the mining lens. But, you know, it's pointless to worry about building a frigate if we don't even have fuel to power the frigate. We can't even use the fuel that we're using right now in our reaver to power the frigate, so... We can't mine crude, can't fly a frigate, so why bother building a frigate? You know, there's the elusive Technocore, which is a required piece for the shipyard needed to buy the frigate that a lot of people are saying they can't find, but I'm really not too worried about it yet. Else I just posted one of them. These Technocores right here are a required piece of the shipyard that allows you to build frigates and destroyers, I think, maybe even cruisers. But until we can fuel them, all we'd be doing is building a ship to stick it in our hangar, and all I'm going to want to do is fly it. Why not fuel it first? Plus there's some useful bits from the refined fuel. Salt can be used as a resource to power our network node, and that salt is more efficient than the D1 fuel that we're using right now. Alright, so we know where we can find some common ore. So let's check out these two systems, and since there's only 3 of them, we'll check out this. Hopefully we can find carbon ore in one of these systems. If not, we'll loop back and check out the systems that we came through last night when we first landed here, but might as well check the new ones first. Oh, let me load that lens now. If you didn't catch it, I forgot to load in a mining lens when we first left, so I might have mined a load of that common ore had I had a lens in, but we will go back to it after we find the carbonus. But there's no services in the keeps anymore from what I've seen. Maybe we'll throw some more in there and test it, but as far as I've seen and what the station description says, it only has like market, docking, repair shop, and like the ability to set your clone there. Oh, there's quite a few sites in this system. Drone nest, nope. Natural, okay, so there's some more common ore, so we've got plenty of common ore. Drone cluster, that's not what we want. Run bombardment cannon, unremarkable, that still won't get us what we want. Making me nervous, game. Be nervous. I want to give up my brand new ship. Theoretically, it seems to work right now that if you just self-destruct, you'll get sent to a random system, but that's not super helpful either, is it? I don't even know that it will, since now that we have our spawn point set at the keep. I might have done that a little prematurely. That's what happens when you make decisions when you're half asleep. On carbonous ore. Like a gold rush for the most basic material in the game. It's still alpha, so some of these things might change. Metal rich. The other basic one. Oh, 19 objects in the center. That sounds promising. Rocky. In carbon debris field, we found one. All right, so we're not going to be stranded. Good to know. We got one more system to check, so I might as well check this last system before we start mining. But we will be able to make fuel. I think what we'll do is we'll probably put down a portable refinery in this system. It's probably in that carbon debris field, carbon ore site. And then we'll just mine and refine directly in that site. Maybe we'll put down more than one to speed it up. Take 3 of them down. Because I'm gonna fill our tanks up, and I might create a little extra and put some inside the keep with us. So if we come back through here, then we have some extra fuel in reserve. Alright, checking out our last system here. A few more sites. Okay, so there's more carbon, which we already found some, so we don't necessarily need it, but the rift looks like a different number. I'm gonna check that out. Ooh, abandoned processing plant. We're gonna see if this has anything in it, because these are super good. These so far are the most rewarding site as far as a resource finds that we've found so far. And well, I don't initially see any, so hopefully we're okay. If any of you who are in here have not experienced this game, or if maybe you're watching the stream later, Frontier is inspired by EVE Online, but it is very much a survival game. So you enjoy survival games, and if if you enjoy like the Medieval Dynasty or like Conan Exiles, I'd imagine Rust is similar. I haven't actually played Rust, but I have played the other two. But it does give me kind of that same feel from a survival standpoint, plus you have some of the like looting mechanics and stuff that in 7 Days to Die with these sites. But it's still like an EVE Online game. You're still flying around in your spaceship, you're still, PvP. If you're familiar with EVE Online, every system is kind of like a wormhole or nullsec. It's kind of a hybrid between the two. We don't have local chat, we don't have we don't have a lot of those features that you have in EVE Online you kind of take for granted. But unlike Wormhole, you don't have to scan down all your sites. They're all available when you jump in the system. Your ship sensors can just know where they are. So excuse me. So a little bit of a hybrid between the two, but I guess we can use our afterburner to speed this up a little bit. There's so many. There's 8 cans of this one. That's quite a bit. I feel like most of them only have about 6. Let's hope nobody's emptied it yet. From what we've been able to figure out, things respawn at midnight game time. So 7 hours ago, in theory, this site refreshed. So it's empty. And it's possible for individual containers to be empty, but if the whole thing is empty, that might indicate to us that someone else is active in this area, or has recently been active at least. Alright, moment of truth coming up. I mean, these things, if you can get the loot out of them, you know, a single one of these sites, if it's full, can equivalent like an hour or two of mining. Okay, we got nothing in the first one. It's okay. Sometimes they're just empty. Not 100% guaranteed. At least as far as I know. Maybe some people just come in, loot a can, and leave. I did find another one of these sites. The other systems in the region. It's further away, so there's nothing in these first couple of containers. Probably jump away and go refuel our ship so we don't feel stuck anymore. At some point I've got to find my way back over to my base or just count it as abandoned, but I've got friends over there, so probably should come back together at some point. And do, since we're slow boating it here, I have been thinking about kind of trying to relocate a little bit to maybe this tight cluster of stars over here. I haven't really explored that area. You can see there's a couple of pockets of densities, which should be the 3 black holes, because that was the premise of this map, was that you had 3 galaxies kind of collide, so you end up with a trinary galaxy now with 3 black holes in it. Oh yeah, perfect. Hasn't been completely emptied. Maybe someone took the first can and left. This will be helpful if we decide to build like some guns or some shield modules or something, so that we can try and do some ratting over here. Kill some drones. Some, I think they're called feral data cores, which is the only thing that the NPC stations buy. So it's currently the only way to make any money in the game. And you don't make a lot from it. It's definitely not a faucet. It's more like a trickle. But it's 100,000 per lens that we need. So we need these lens 3Xs. They are only seeded by NPCs. You can't build them. As far as I know, you can't loot them. The only way to get them is off market, and they're 100k a piece. And we need these feral drone units, which are sold for, or bought for 586. So, pass on one here. It tells you the gap, right? Yeah, math, but quite a few of them. Now my ADD brain has to do the math. 100,000. 856. That's not 8. 6. I just did that backwards. We do 100,000. Oh, just 17. Okay, it's not quite as many as I thought. But not my favorite thing that we can loot out of here. My favorite thing would be carbon weave, because it's a really big grind. So to make it, not loot it. If we can find some carbon weave, we might exchange our stuff here a little bit. I don't know if I can deposit back into these. I've not actually tried that. I would think so. That one's empty. I wonder if someone just selectively looted it and left this stuff behind. But I don't care. We don't have any materials here. I'll take what I can get. Maybe. I would like to see a little bit more manual piloting, and like there I just bounced. I feel like I should be able to go, but maybe that'll improve over time. I've heard them talk about potential for controller support and stuff like that, so maybe eventually. But there's a few sites like these abandoned processing sites. There's also like an ore processing site or something like that. that, as that implies, you can loot a lot of ore from, but you know, anything you get is helpful. You know, you don't just have to sit there and mine it. Looks like this might have been selectively picked, but that's okay. I'll take the leftovers. Try to watch and see if someone jumps in here and starts coming after it while we're looting it. Ideally, I would be flying around in my other ship, but until we have some fuel, I didn't want to do that. The potential for getting stranded was a little high. You know, 160 is not too bad when you're just moving around locally through gated systems, but you know, our jump range is going to be pretty small. Got nothing. Someone just doesn't want this thermal composite. I mean, I guess if you're choosing between the two or the three, because I guess there's the reinforced alloys too, but I understand why it might be their least favorite, but you still use, like, this stack is enough of that material just about to build another reviver, so I wonder if they're going to change these icons. I saw a bug report that they said that there wasn't showing loot icons, but maybe that's just on Rex. That was previously a problem, and it was really, really hard after you finished killing 20 or 30 drones to remember which thing you had looted and which one you hadn't, so I just resorted to starting to shoot them. I'd loot them and then I'd kill them so that I would know what I had already looked through. You got 20 or 30 wrecks scattered all over the screen. It's a little hard to narrow in and dial into what you've already done sometimes. Alright, last one here. Look. Let's see. So I think it was that system that had both in it. Okay, nothing. So that's what it seems like. Seems like somebody looted this and just left behind the thermal composite. But that's okay, we'll take it. Guess I will want to... Oh, no, I won't. I'm trying to get used to the key bindings in this compared to Eve. Personal assets H. Oh, that is the same. Oh, we can do this one. I was just putting some suggestions into the Discord earlier, and one of them was like comms relays for being able to access information across distance, because this is like post-apocalyptic. You know, there's no reason that there should be any established communications relays. It should be up to the players. So yeah, we've got both in the system. But we'll jump back to the next one. Drop this stuff off. I probably can just come back with our main ship. I should have enough fuel. It's only got to go one system over through a gate. It'll make things a lot faster for us. I would say our main goal is just to get fuel, but that's really only our short-term goal. We're going to want to at least build probably some basic guns and stuff and go run some sites to try and get some, you know, rogue drone loot that we can sell. That old rookie ship burns through fuel like crazy. Leg. Still in the same nebula, clearly, because we were seeing this red nebula in our previous system. I feel like we're on the other side of it now, but maybe not. Well, I'm glad we're not going to be stranded. If nothing else, we're going to be able to keep moving around. Because, like, I thought there was a gate connecting these two pockets. And there isn't, but we'll be able to jump up there and check out those couple of systems. We might be able to jump over here and check out this pocket of systems. Once we have fuel, we'll be cooking and can do some stuff. Oh yeah, there's another pocket over here. I thought all of this was connected, but I guess I just did not look at the map close enough. You know, but we came from... Just lost my orientation because I turned the map. We came from, like, over in here. Yeah, I think... Right there. That was the system we were in. So we've been kind of gradually flowing this way. There's a lot of structures this way. I feel like we're going closer to whatever civilization was. That's what I, you know, one of the things that probably disrupted a lot of these stargates was the convergence of the black holes, and we have one sitting right here, so I guess it shouldn't be too surprising that a lot of these systems are no longer connected to each other. Alright, let's get our cargo hold unloaded. Oops. When I first docked the other day, I'm just so used to the Eve icons and stuff, I thought we did not have any storage space here. Let's go out of this. And while I don't want to live out of a keep, I'm glad we have some. And definitely at critical, that's for sure. Nope. Oh wait, no, this is... Thought I clicked the wrong thing again. Alright, back to this system. Oh, I thought that was a player right there for a second. Interesting. See, in Eve, that would just be like NPCs going back and forth to the planet. You know, that might be like civilians going down to chill out and have a day on the beach, whatever it happened to be. But there shouldn't be any living people here. I wonder what those are. So little fuel. It's definitely in a critical state. Oh, my map bugged again. Happened yesterday too. Okay, natural. Hopefully don't warp it on somebody's defensive turret and get yeeted or something. That would be disappointing. Not really a way to tell until we get there. I think we can get fuel made before we run out. Oh, there is somebody's stuff here. Purple storage and purple refineries. Double check I'm not wasting fuel here. Go into build mode, or portable refinery uses common ore. Jalapeno printer, carbonous. Storage uses common ore. Okay, yep. Common ore is the thing. Yeah, this is supposed to be a thing eventually. Apparently it's a bug. I mean, we would see stuff if it's in there, but apparently it's a bug that you can't loot them right now, which is kind of fun. Long term, you'll be able to loot them. Alright, let's stop there for now. I don't want to go overboard. probably going to set up something similar. There's a little further away from the sun. Nope. That's fine. We'll go here. The nice thing about the portable facilities is when you decide to scoop them up, they just go back to being ore. That's a cool view of the star. Like that through the gas cloud or debris field, I guess. Dust cloud, that would be the right word for it, probably. He's so low. So low. But I figured we'd had enough to... Oh! This has been a popular place. It's a very popular place. Holy crap. Please don't kill me. I just want a little ore. But the only ore? Just gotta be prepared to jump if I have to. Man, this is a popular spot. I do not want to stay here. Don't want to be threatening. Reflex. Hour. I think we'll just fill up and jump away. I want to risk some wrath here. Make sure we can get some fuel. Plus, this seems to be the last rock around. I don't want him to get territorial. Oh, red cap. Okay. I definitely feel that same tension from Eve right before you get into a PvP battle. Because it's... you're not safe. Cutting lasers can still kill you. They do damage. In fact, it's a bug right now that if we open the fitting window... I'm afraid to do it because I'll lose my visibility, but... if we open the fitting window, it's a bug that it does not show how much DPS the cutting laser does. It is supposed to. And they don't hit light. Alright, let's just find a close little point to work to and refine some stuff, get some fuel. That is our primary goal here. This is the only carbonous ore we found though, so we might need to check out some of the neighboring systems outside the gate network to see if we can build a little fill depot for ourselves. Okay, double check tactical view. Don't see anything else here. Well, let's pop down a little temporary base. Where did it go? There it is. Let's build a refinery. And some storage. It's nice when we put these things down, we know we'll get them back. All we gotta do is repackage them and they become ore again. Man, I always lose this stuff. The camera view angle is pretty narrow. There it is. Split this in half approximately. Alright, so first things first. Running. I'm just going to go ahead and refine all of it because fuel is the most important thing to us right now. With fuel, even if they finish off that carbonous site, always try and find more. That. I think it's not done yet, so we're just going to jettison the rest of that common ore for now. Let's see if I can sneak back into that site and grab a little bit more ore. It's the only one we've seen in these systems, so we'll try and capture as much as we can without getting shot. But at least now that I have some assets in the system, we have a jump out point. I've thought about that actually. If you're gonna rat in a system, as in take out the NPC drones, ratting is just the term from EVE Online. But anyways, if you're gonna do that, it might be helpful to drop like a portable storage in system, and that portable storage gives you a warp out point. That way you don't have to do any digging for a place to do that. Perfect. I think he's actually in his structure, so maybe he didn't notice us come in. I'll keep flying this time, kind of go behind the asteroid. See if I can hide from him a little bit, just in case he's in a full screen and doesn't even notice us. Yeah, right there. Clearly, I'm not the only one who has gotten here and really needed fuel. Because there's a whole bunch of facilities here. Okay. If he was locking me up, he would be turning yellow. As he was locking me, so far it seems like he's not locking me. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Hopefully we don't have to compete with anybody else here. Alright, we're starting to get into a position where we've got the rock between us. Right out behind it. Please give us the defense from his firing eagle. Because occlusion mechanics are a thing in this game. Ambush tactics are totally viable. Okay, right about in there. Help us hide. Not perfect, but there's a lot of objects in this little site, so hopefully that'll help disguise us. A little worried about our fuel levels, so we might not jump back here and do this again until we got some fuel built, but alright, so far so good. Thankfully, at least, even if he did start approaching us, right now he is out of range. You have to be within 15 kilometers to use the cutting lasers.
Swear I won't forget this. Why do I regret this? In my mind reckless, thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless, anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open.
If we can get some extra fuel, then we can either check out some neighboring systems, or we can maybe build a fuel depot, or work on taking on some, you know, ratting sites and generate some income. We'll see, one thing at a time. Let's top up the tank first. Did I not jump? Oh, it's probably out of capacitor. Does that to me a lot. starting ships are very limited. Oh, I was way off. Apparently too late for math. Normally it's a thing for me, but I didn't start the stream till almost midnight, so. Alright. If it was a snake, I'd be dead. Where'd you go? There you are. Grab that now that our portable storage is open. Throw it in there. Because those jettison cans will disappear after about 2 hours. Let's see if we have anything done. Ooh. Our first batch of fuel running. Take very long. Oh, I forgot to do 2 of them. Oh well. Just some to put in right away. We feel a little bit better about our situation. Perfect. Not what I wanted to interact with. By the way, if anyone's on that wants to join us in flying around Frontier and test and learn in the game, there's a Discord link down below the stream on Twitch. Welcome to pop into the Discord and join us. I forgot to increase the stack size again. I swear I'm more competent than this. Oh no, I did increase the stack size. Look at me go. Alright. Bolt is running again. The stack. More. And then clearly we don't have enough yet, so now that we have a little bit more, I'll run back there and see if we can grab more before the site gets depleted, because I feel like that's a definite risk at this point. That resource depletion is brutal. But they have talked about they expect groups to be a little bit nomadic sometimes. Finite resources will force people to move around to a point. Heading towards mining. And stay away from him a little bit. Quite sure what he's doing. He's just mining. Might get a little salty though if I pop this rock. Be the last one in the belt. printers and stuff down here. Trying to build a home in this area, it's probably a bit ill-advised. You need a lot of carbon material to build a base. All these portable storages here. Yeah, theoretically, once it's all said and done, portable storages will definitely not be secure. They will just be like a jet can that doesn't disappear after 2 hours. It lasts for 4 days, so. And probably a lot of these jet cans that I'm seeing in here, go look at this one out of curiosity, but I bet you they're like common ore. And they're just here because somebody's structure went poof. And they left it, you know, for the last 4 days or whatever. Or they just dismantled what they had been doing and left it behind. Because when you start traveling, there's no reason to take ore with you. You'd much rather just have fuel. Even with a full tank and a full hold, we barely had enough to get here. Definitely vital. Oh, there's a little bit of carbonus. Why not? We'll take it. Find. I know mining is not the most, Hey, how's it going, buddy? I remember you from the other night. Mining is not the most engaging activity, but if we don't mine, we don't have fuel, and we are just going to be stuck in these 6 or 8 systems, whatever it is, perpetually. We went on kind of a YOLO journey to get to a keep, and then I got here and realized that it's not nearly as connected as I thought it was. And we landed with like 180 fuel, and I had not seen a carbonous ore deposit in like 20 or 30 jumps, so we found the only one in this stretch of systems, and there's one last rock left. And so far the one guy in it has been gracious enough not to shoot us yet, but I don't know how long that'll last. Have you been playing? Let's see. Help me, but some more ore refining. I don't even have a full tank yet, let alone some spares. Yeah, I mean, I did get a little luck. I found a single carbon rock that let me start making fuel. If I hadn't found this rock, I had no idea what we were going to do. And you talk about bad luck, I lost my first one of these ships, and I lost the second ship. Well, no, the first ship we built and the second ship we built on the last stream almost immediately. I ended the stream after 3 hours, but I think the last hour of it I was mining. But, you know, I had this ship with like 2,500 HP, and I managed to tank 20,000 with it, so I'll take that. I was looking at the map. Pull it back up. Whoop. Way over what I have. I was looking at the map and I thought a bunch of the systems around me were connected to this gate network that I'm in. But this gate network that I'm in is really small. So I thought some of the gates over here and down here and over here, I thought some of this stuff was all connected, and I just clearly did not look close enough before we came over here. You know, I was in a much bigger region. Where was it? Over here, maybe? Oh no, there's the little triangle region, so I jumped in through there. So it must have been like down over here. But it didn't have the keep. I needed to get up here into the keep. Yeah, I've been on the move because like everyone's complaining about the techno cores that you need to build frigates. But if I can't buy lenses to mine crude, I can't fuel the frigate, so why worry about building the frigate when I can't even fuel the frigate? It would just sit in my hangar and do nothing. So I'm guessing it looks like this is maybe one of the black hole clusters down here, because if we zoom out the map, 1, 2, 3, there's your trinary. So I'm guessing there's so much gate disruption over here because of this black hole somewhere in here. Like you go to the center of gravity's pool and you will find it. Yeah, I did some time off stream to get some more carbon, to get some more ore, and then I wanted to do something more interesting. So, oh no, is it gone? Did he finish it? Uh-oh. Oh no! That's the end of the carbon. That's all we're getting, boys and girls. Metal rich. Oh wait, what's that here? Nope, that's it. You know, it was respawning. It doesn't seem to be anymore. I don't know if it's just because it's not a starter system or what, but it seems to be a finite resource right now. Intentional game design or not, I am a little unsure, but that's okay. We do at least have more than a full tank now, so I can explore some surrounding systems. I mean, I found a couple of systems with like 60 ore sites in them. Okay, we got a few minutes left on that. But yeah, the hunt for carbon ore while traveling has been a long and difficult one. I thought maybe we were going to shoot some ships out here, but yeah. Yeah, so the only place where I might have messed up is the region that I was in before this. Oh gosh, where is it? So there's the triangle region. So I came through the triangle region. So maybe it's this region? This seems right. But I don't think before I left I explored every single system in this region. So I might have missed some carbon in here. But I still had a lot of fuel, so I felt pretty good about it. But this heat mechanic, I've heard that it's not that bad. You just have to understand it, but I don't understand it. So, you know, you look at the map and I'm like, oh, I can jump that far. But really, I can't. I can, that might be too far. You know, so you're a little limited in your ability to jump, but like I could jump from here to here, you know, or from here to here. These are short hops, so I could go check these systems maybe and see if we can find some more carbon, get some more fuel. continue our journey in that sense. I do have at least a full tank, and I got some more refining, so that's good.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Okay, let's see. Where's our other refinery? A minute and a half. Alright, what's going to take that long? Well, that's just kind of a waste. I was going to move this stuff back to the keep, but you'll build so fast I might as well just chill here. Check the map again, just in case. Let's see if a carbon site respawned. Because I did not see a carbon site in any other system in this cluster. My map's a little messed up right now, so we can't see the orbits, but... no carbon still. Not a one. Whoops. Nope. Don't warp. Nothing. Nothing. Now that doesn't mean that it didn't spawn in another system. So we could do a loop around before we leave, just out of curiosity, and see if we can find carbon in any other system here. Maybe I'll do that in the shuttle before we leave. It could be. There could be a respawn timer. I haven't been able to confirm that. I know early on, like day 2 maybe, when we were in a different system, we had a carbon site like respawn immediately, but that may just be a capacity thing for the starter systems. It's instant in the starter? Okay, so that's what it was. I bet it was the starter systems. Now that being said, I did find, if we look at where our old home is, if they are finite and they run out, orient myself here. I could just search for it. That's not helpful. There it is. So if I look at this map, I think it was this system right here, I think. I jumped into this system, and it doesn't look that remarkable. Just a couple of orbitals and stuff. I kid you not. There was 80 ore sites in this system. 80. Like, there was like 67 around the sun. Well, there's 3 planets around the sun, I guess, so there's a couple more orbitals. And then there was like a couple here and a couple here and some out here. There was like 80 of them. You make a joke about finding carbon in nullsec, or is that worn out? Yeah. Yeah. Well, and so we were having a conversation about the about this in the Discord earlier, and we don't actually know what universe this is. Like, is this Eve? There's currently some references in the game right now to Triglavians, and one of my early theories, because the clones look similar too, is that this is the area where the Triglavians and Eve came from. And apparently there were some other in-game events and like nullsec and stuff that made some people potentially believe that. And so we don't know that for sure, because some things are just placeholder from Eve, right? It's still an alpha game, but it's using Carbon Engine. But then CCP Jotun brought up, like, you don't know what's going on, because someone was saying, like, where's Veldaspar? This is an Eve game. And he's like, how do you know we just don't have different names? Because you're not the same race that inhabited Eve Online. Maybe you just call them different things. Maybe you have different, you know, refining processes that get you different materials, or, you know, maybe some of these are tritanium, but you don't call them tritanium. You know, we call them carbonous materials or whatever. So, like, we don't know. It's a discovery process as we go along, for sure. Drop that. See how much fuel we can make here, because this is the end. This is all we have. Will be very precious until we find more. So we'll get this refined. We'll have all the fuel that we can get, we think, out of these systems right here. I started training into trig ships because I've played Eve for a long time, and like my main character is mostly trained for PvP. I don't do a ton of it, but you know, it's the character I trained for PvP, and he just doesn't have much of anything else to train. So he's training the trig stuff, but then he's also been training like the end com frigates and guns and stuff like that. I don't remember what the guns are called. Excuse me. But yeah, so I did eventually train them, but I waited a long time. Granted, in EVE Online, I fly within the initiative, and they like to fly Kikimoras, so I can't get away from it entirely. Don't get me wrong, they're a good ship. They're, you know, great for a small gang of like 40 to 50. Rip. I've never played a Path of Exile. I have a lot of friends that do. It has never been something that I'm like, yeah, I want to play that. We're getting full. Get one last check. Fair enough. Check out of curiosity if we get a respawn after a few minutes here. Look like it. There is plenty of natural ore, so I don't care too much about saving that. But we'll erase our evidence. Someone else is lucky enough to find it, they can have it. And that does give us enough common ore if we need to put down one more refinery and one more storage. So back to the keep. It has been weird to have somewhere to actually dock our ship. First time since we started in this game, this playthrough, we've been able to dock inside something. We have a hangar up at our base now, but we can't like store ourselves in there. We can only store the ships in there that we're not flying. I think, like I said, we'll pop into the shuttle so that we don't waste our precious fuel that we have acquired, and just explore the systems around and see if we can find anything, any more carbon ore before we leave this area to try and find more. Because I definitely don't have enough fuel to get home right now. And my intent was to do more things here. I wanted to go run some sites and get some rat loot and start making some lux. These things are huge. These keeps are just massive. Look at it as it comes up in here. Jeez. It fills the whole screen. Cool though. I like the little like religious icons and stuff. That was another thing that I mentioned earlier because they've added a couple of decorative structures to the game. I'm like, we should totally be able to build these gigantic statues and stuff in space. Where do you see this guy? He's a badass. I gotta land first. Look at how much space is inside this thing. I have like this is more intense than just that little platform. Like these little platforms down here feel more like what you have in EVE Online when you look inside the dock and see the other ships and stuff. This platform, I mean, I feel like I'm coming home as a member of the royal family. Like a freaking procession. Look at this dude. Big ass, like, tuning fork sword thing. I feel like he should have psionic abilities or something like that. I want to be able to build this in space. You know, plus you should be able to build, like, a statue of your tribal chief, because we're going for tribes, not corp. We don't know who built the structures. If we look at the map, there is, there's, like, sovereignty. Where did I see some of that? Some of these say, like, sovereignty, ancient civilization on them. On here? No. But there is some systems that say sovereignty, ancient civilization, but we don't know anything beyond that. We don't know who built the structures. We don't even know why we as players are here. Like, this is clearly post-apocalyptic society, but there's no reasonable explanation for why, after all this time, because clearly it's been a lot of time, that we were caused to awaken in this universe and start going around and doing stuff. Like my best theory so far, and nothing has disproven it, but we know so little that who knows. My best theory so far is that this is where the Trigs are from, and they're like the last survivors, or they're like a vanguard force from here, and they found civilization and that woke us up, but we don't really know. Yeah, we're from Clone Banks. Like, if I look at my character, where is this at? Clone Bank, there we go. Employment. Clone Bank 86. So, I am from Clone Bank 86. I think there's more than just 86, but at minimum we have Clone Bank 86. And there's no reasonable explanation for why now, after all this time, that we are awakened. So that's just part of the lore of the universe, something to figure out. And they're purposely keeping a lot of things close to the chest. Like, they want to preserve the exploration aspects of this game. You know, they want to leave the discovery. Some sites, people will be like, oh, there's nothing in this site, and other people will be like, you just didn't look hard enough. It's there. It's there. Like, the example off the top of my head, we showed this, I think, in the first stream, but there's a site called Rift 0200. And in 0200, you come into what you expect to see as a rift, which would be mineable for crude, but there's nothing selectable. You can't lock it. It just seems like a dead site. So then I went to tactical view, and I looked at it, and just like we can see here, you know, with the gate, through the cloud, I saw this massive superstructure ruin back behind the rift. And so I started navigating through, and this such heavy, dense cloud of dust or gas or whatever it was that you could not see. All I could see was a faint red light ahead of me. And so I followed the red light, and I came to what looked like another rift rock. And then I went behind that, and I saw another red light, and I followed that, and it took me to another rock. And then behind that was this ruin that I didn't know existed when I jumped into the site, and I wouldn't have known existed had I not been in tactical view. And there was a loot cannon in the middle of it. Now, it was empty. Someone else had gotten to it before me. It was 100 kilometers back behind the site. So, you know, you just never know. You gotta explore in this game. All these people that are like, oh no, you know, I've done everything I can do. I don't believe you. I really don't believe you. You think this game is way more shallow than it is. So I think that'll be one of the fun aspects of this, and that's what disappointed me so much about Star Citizen with the point that they've gotten to now. Because the thing that sounded coolest to me, which is exactly what we're going to get to do in this game, is starting with a game like that from scratch, because I didn't get to do that in EVE Online. You know, I started too late for that. And being able to go out into the fringes and figure out what's to discover and, you know, find the new things and all those sorts of stuff. And, you know, Star Citizen has scaled way back from that vision. So now I'm like, I don't care that much about the game. I'm sure it's going to be fun. I'm sure there's going to be engaging aspects to it, but it's not what I wanted out of that game. So once they killed that, I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever play it. You know, I'm not super mad that I invested money into it just because, you know, it sounded interesting and I hope they make a cool game, but we'll see. For now, I'm excited about this. Alright, we'll have one repeat system here with the keep system. Did I even bother to look at that when we jumped in? I don't think I did. I think I did. I don't remember there being much in this system, but I've been wrong before. The unremarkable asteroid is not what we are looking for. At this point for us, unremarkable is exactly what it is. Ugh. That still bothers me as you switch between views. Like the gate was auto-selected until I came back into camera and then it deselected. I find myself clicking a lot more now that we don't have an overview. It's, you know, the navigation thing is a little more important to me. Let's see if we can find anything interesting. Well, I don't feel as silly now for setting my respawn point to the keep, because we did find fuel here. I'd have felt pretty dumb if we didn't find anything. I did see... Aha! Right here. See if this abandoned processing site has been looted yet. I'll stash stuff in the keep. I'm not above it. They gave us a ridiculous amount of storage in it. Oh, there's a cargo container. That means somebody died here. There we go. See what's in it. Probably just something dumb like mining crystals, mining lenses. I'll get the terminology right eventually. This one's right next to the keep. I'd be surprised if it hadn't been looted. The other one was looted other than the... I don't remember what they're called. Whatever the orange building material is. Just unremarkable fuel. You know what? I'm going to take it because I'm burning through it. Taking one of the most worthless items in the game because I can use it right now. Hopefully, I guess I can use the afterburner on this. I don't care about burning this fuel. I run out of fuel in this thing, I can just destroy it and get a new one. Of course, we said that yesterday. And I don't know if the game decided I had respawned too much or what, but I respawned as a literal wreck. Like, I was still the image of the wreck, at least on my screen. My buddy came over and did not see it as a wreck. He saw the ship, but he killed me anyways so that I could be a ship again because it was not moving properly. Just add on insult to injury. We had our loss of our previous reviver to a minor drone site, which was not so minor when it spawned a wave of 6 frigates after I had killed like 20 plus of them. So I had 7 on the fields, and I got it down to 2 before I died. I got a little greedy. Did not expect this thing to take like 9 seconds to align. Then we lost our reflex to a player fight that I shouldn't have taken. But I did anyways. Partially because I knew I had another ship in the hangar, and then I immediately turned around and lost that ship. Alright, someone has definitely gotten here before, but maybe like the last one there'll be a few things left. Because these sites are big. If this site was full, it would take 4 or 5 trips for us to empty it. But the thing that sped up my progression the most when I started the game was these sites. It's a lot of materials you don't have to build if you can find a full one. We had 2 of us going back and forth emptying it, and it took multiple trips between the 2 of us. One of the few places I found to loot carbon weave. Nothing. Okay. That was a good bounce. Keep going that way. Turn too early. Yeah, perfect. I know CCP Jotun really wants collision added to the game, and I'm like, oh god, please don't. Please don't. I will die so much if you add collision to the game. No collision damage for me, thank you. Just imagine undocking, bouncing off somebody, and you both blowing up. So, I would not be opposed to a weapon that you fit to your ship that was like, you know, that allowed you to be a hammerhead. Like that hammerhead Corvette in Star Wars that they added in Rogue One. I mean, it was already in Star Wars, but we actually got to see it in action. So, I wouldn't be opposed to that existing, but I want it to be a module. I want it to be a choice, you know? I don't want it to be the undock and hit somebody and you both die. I've played that in Star Citizen. Someone flies over top of you when you're trying to take off from a landing platform and you both blow up and you have no idea what happened. Which is fine in Star Citizen when you respawn and have your ship again. When you lose hours of work in this one, it's going to feel really bad. Oh, the site might be cleaned out. I haven't seen anything yet, but not too far from finishing it, so might as well check. I would probably really like the 40k universe. I've never gotten into it too much. There's a streamer / YouTuber, Enter Elysium, that I really like, that I used to watch a long time ago. And him and a couple of his streamer buddies did a Dark Heresy like RPG stream for a while, and I really enjoyed it. But they were doing them for, like, you know, they're doing them for charity, so they didn't do them long term. But it was a really fun universe. But I would struggle to do like a 40k thing because I just don't know the lore. It is a cool world. I do have some friends that are into like the tabletop, you know, but it's beyond my means. I've been running my own business for the last couple of years, tabletop gaming retail, so, you know, I'm broke. I can't afford 40k. At this point, I'm looking for a day job again. I'm not looking forward to it. I haven't had a day job in like 3 years, and it's going to be an adjustment. I just want to go through that gap. This ship would clearly fit. I mean, obviously I would have bounced right there, but I would be into some controller support for this. Manual piloting, true manual piloting. I should try reading some of the like 40k books or something sometime. I know a few people that have read them. Of course, I haven't read the Star Wars books either. Like, I know there's some good Vader stories and stuff. Because the things I want, like an R-rated Vader movie or series, is never going to happen because Disney, so... That one scene in Rogue One where he's just absolutely owning people. I want to see that. But, like... not just one scene. I want a movie of that. Or a TV show of that. Star Wars Underground game. I don't know that one. I've wanted Old Republic for a really, really long time. Like, Favreau talked about doing it for a long time. And, you know, it just never really happened. Don't get me wrong, I like a lot of the new stuff that he's done. You know, Mandalorian's really good. I like the Acolyte a lot, even though I didn't watch the animated series. What was that one called? I'm blanking on it. Clone Wars, I know was one of them, but I don't remember what the other one was. Rebels. I didn't watch Clone Wars or Rebels. Nothing here. But I still really liked the Ahsoka show. I sure mispronounced some of these things, but pronunciation has never been my strong suit. And Andor has been one of my favorite Star Wars shows that they've come out with in a long time. I loved that he was just a dude in the universe of Star Wars, and like, sure, he believed in the Force and stuff, but he was not beholden to it. It didn't control his life. He was just a guy trying to live. You know, he was just trying to get enough money to survive and escape the Empire. You know, he wasn't reliant on anything other than his own skills and his own cunning. And I thought that made for a really interesting story. Oh, that's a shame. There's been a lot of like good stuff they've announced and then canceled. Still not. I think there's one more system in this edge pocket. Oh no, we went through that one. We are mining in this system. So it's been a little bit of time. Oh no, wait. Gotta check here. I like SWTOR 2, like the MMO. I played that for a long time. It's a terrible, terrible MMO. I wish it was a good MMO. I wish it was. But it had this amazing story. And I loved playing this story, and that's what made me want to see like the Old Republic stuff. You know? But I'm not sure it will ever happen. I think it'd be too confusing for audiences. EA cancels a lot. I mean, major studios in general just cancel a lot. I don't know. What am I doing? Ah. Oh no, that is the system I'm in. Okay. Got myself confused. That one, I think. Yeah, I think so. Check the system. Yeah. The only recent show that I haven't really gotten behind. I haven't watched Skeleton Crew. I've heard good things, but I've not watched Skeleton Crew. And I don't really have Disney myself. I just borrow it from people. But I did not finish The Acolyte. I've heard good things. My brother told me that it goes really well, but I did not get to the point of finishing that one. Something about it just didn't quite grab my attention the way I wanted it to. Didn't have like bad characters or anything. I don't know, it's just missing something. You don't like Acolyte? Okay, that's good to know. I only got like halfway through it, and I was like, the coolest part about this is the witches, or... Was the witches in that one? Descendants of the Witches, I think. I was like, it was cool to bring, you know, some of the Force Witches and stuff back in, but... Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew is one of the kids, but Jude Law is like the main guy in it, and then the rest of the crew is like kids. And I haven't watched that one yet. Moment of truth. Oh, my map fixed. I didn't even realize it. No carbon. 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 Come on, baby. Nope. Yeah, so far it does not respond. Okay, that's good to know. I don't feel like I've missed out that much on it. I didn't watch Bad Batch either. I haven't really gotten much into the like animated side of Star Wars. I mean, I think there's some decent stories there, but I'm glad Acolyte's getting a season 2. You know, it's fun to have Grand Admiral Thrawn and stuff in there. So I look forward to seeing more of him. I just like how pragmatic of a character he is. Right. Ahsoka had like the actual witches of Dathomir, but I feel like I think the witches in Acolyte were supposed to be like an offshoot branch, like they were the descendants of the witches, but not what we know from the stories. You know, they were like a cult group. It seemed like a cult that was in the Witches of Dathomir that decided to go do their own thing. Another abandoned processing site? No, that's the one we looked at earlier. I did want to look at this rift, just out of curiosity. This one looked like a different number than I had seen. I also really like... I have to look up her name now. Diane Keefe. Oh no, what's her name? The girl who's the... Daphne Keene. Daphne Keene, the one that's the star in his Dark Materials. And she was... Yeah, okay, you had already gotten it before I had. I had it open another tab. But, oh, just a regular fissure rift. I love how these look. They're really cool. This is what we're going to need to mine eventually. But, I thought she was going to be more of a main character in Acolyte. And so I was kind of excited for that. But that didn't pan out. So I felt like she was a little bit underutilized and a little wasted. I also thought when they presented the premise of Acolyte, this is somewhat true, but you know, I thought it was going to be someone who was like brainwashed as a child by the Sith, who was inserted into the Jedi Temple before the fall of the Jedi Temple, instead of it being sisters. And so something about that took a little bit away from what I was hoping to see out of the show. Tell you what is good media. Doing dishes the other night, watching Bullet Train. That movie is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, so I was trying not to go into too much detail. I think they're making a second season of Acolyte, which surprised me, because I didn't feel like it got a very good reception. I was a little disappointed with Boba Fett too, simply because it seemed like they felt that the Boba Fett show couldn't stand on its own without Mando. And Boba Fett is an iconic enough character of his own, like Mando's new Star Wars. I don't know why they had to make it like a Mando offshoot story. I know they had, interactions and stuff, so there was a connection there, but give me more of Boba Fett riding the Rancor and less of Mandalorian side story. And I know the actor made some comments about it too. He's like, okay, we got through the healing of Boba Fett. Let's get back to Boba Fett being a badass. I don't think I have anything. Okay. Alright, we've gotten as much fuel as we're going to get, apparently, this area. And now we have to hope we find some more carbonous ore. I'll bring one mining this. I'll leave the rest here. I did get a little bit out of the abandoned reprocessing plant earlier, but someone had clearly picked it a little bit clean. Quick bio break before we leave. Keep it.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
I did see that a couple months ago, and Kathleen Kennedy's moving on to other things, so I think Filoni is kind of moving into her role, so I will be curious to see what the future of Star Wars looks like after that. Alright, so we came in off of, I think, this system or something like that, so we looked already down here a little bit. By thinking, especially since it's such a short jump, we might go look at this system. How does this look? Quite a few moons, couple of planets. 3 though. We'll give it a try. As start with, we just need some carbon ore. Actually, which is 100 of this gonna weigh. Might take this with us. 2,500 per one? It's 25,000? Well, I guess we could always jump back. Let's leave it here. Let's not waste extra weight. I was hoping we were going to do some sites here, but without access to more fuel, I gotta secure that first. I'd be curious to see what they do with scarcity long term in this, because I know they want it to be a factor. But it's going to be hard for people to do large base building activities if they can't set down roots somewhere. So it'll be interesting to see how they balance that. You know, with 100,000 systems, it's all fine and dandy if there's scarcity, but when you think about the longevity of players, and, you know, somebody starts a year into the game, and everything near the starting zones has been completely wiped out, you know, that's going to be very difficult for players to get past that hurdle. And if your assumption is just that, well, players are going to make stargates to go out to deeper systems and stuff like that, I think it's a really bad assumption. But I've also heard that, like, as in like they've been talking about, you know, near the black holes things are going to get a little funky and stuff might move around a little bit because of weird gravitational whatever, and so maybe there'll be some rotation of resources over time. Who says an asteroid can't get caught up by a planet and create a new site? Because it does seem like sites definitely move around their, you know, the orbital body they're connected to. Okay. So from this point, okay, we got two options here. Let's look at this one too. How's this one look? Planet 3, Planet 2, okay. One didn't look any better. I think it was also... Oh, but we got some more stuff going on over here with the extra moons. And probably more importantly, it looks like there's some additional things we can jump to, and maybe we'll make our way over to this gated area. So yeah, let's start by doing that. So we'll jump to this system. Oh, I'm still cloaked. We don't know. We don't know what the lore of Frontier is. It could be. It could be Sol System. It could be the universe of EVE Online. It could be both, frankly. The universe... We'll zoom out here in just a second. The universe is a collection of 3 galaxies that collided. Here's the 3 black holes. The center of those clusters of stars are black holes. And so, you know, whatever civilization was here has fallen. You know, we're in post-apocalyptic stage. But we don't know what. That's kind of up to the players to discover. They're leaving it secret. Correct. Yeah, and things are changing at a pretty rapid pace right now. We're in alpha, and they're doing wipes like every 2 months. So there's a lot of variation. Let's look at this system. But if you can't tell right now, I'm in a Corvette. I'm in a very, very basic ship. I am 1 step up from a shuttle. Hey, this is a bigger system. That looks promising. And this bubble is representing my ability to use my jump drive. So there's no sinos or anything like EVE Online. The ship has a built-in jump drive, which you can use to jump between systems. The range there is a little bit of a misnomer. You see this heat mechanic here. And I'm still working on figuring it out, but the heat mechanic, the further you jump, the higher the heat goes up. So you are a little limited on how far, but it is a very exploration-focused game. It has, you know, a lot of things to discover. There's a lot of things that we still haven't figured out yet. Like we're 4 or 5 days post launch of the NDA dropping, and we still haven't figured out exactly how to build frigates yet. There's a particular item that we need to be able to build frigates. Oh, don't jump yet. Oh, look at this. This is also... Oh, this is a way bigger system. That looks promising. How does this look? And until we get that part, nobody can build frigates, because it's a... it's like a base building game, too. So, I'm away from it right now, but I can open up the build menu just a second. Okay. That would give us too much heat. Oh, because I have a lot right now. Again. So, stars generate heat. Different types of stars generate different amounts of heat. I'm going to try and jump away from the star here and cool off the ship. As if the ship overheats. Well, it won't let me overheat the ship, but theoretically, if the ship overheats, it blows up. Yeah, so it's Eve, kind of, but it's also a survival game. It's a base building game. That station that we were just in a little bit ago, I can't build there. Here, if we show info on it, it has fitting services, a market, and a repair shop, and some storage. But that's it. Like, I've set it as a respawn point for now. Oh, that's the corporation. But it's not... You know, it's not a place where we can live. You know, the places where you live is what you build yourself. So it has a lot of different aspects to it. Why am I still so warm? Is this like a lava planet? Jeez. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it's a plasma planet. 185 Kelvin. Heat has gone down though. Maybe we'll be able to jump. Let's see. Try not to get disoriented here. Still can't jump there, huh? Do I have to go to this system? I doubt I can go all the way to there if I can't get to there. Okay, nope. And here? Nope. That gonna work? No. Heat's still dropping. I'll give it a second. But yeah, so there's a lot to discover with the game, a lot to figure out. Ignore the warning. A Legacy Eve thing. But we'll see. I mean, we're still... This is one of the early... Oh, I was going to show you the built-in menu. That's what we can do while we cool off a little bit. So on a core basis, we have a refuge, which is like your fitting services, portable refinery, printer. The network node is like your flag, and then a portable storage. So if we look at the system, these boxes here, the L points or Lagrange points, like peaks of orbits, those are essentially claimable spots where you can put down your flag or your network node. I crafted it. This is one of the Corvettes. So if I look here at the keep, the Wend, this is the rookie ship that you get, and the Wookiee ship does not Wookiee. The Wookiee ship. The rookie ship does not have a jump drive in it. So one of the first ships most people craft is the Reflex, because it does have a little bit of a further travel range than this ship does. But we are in the Reaver right now. So It's meant to be a little bit more of a PvP ship than this is. And the recurve here right now is just flat worse than the Reaver. In theory, this is going to have more DPS eventually, but right now those bonuses either aren't in the game or they're not displayed in the info, and it's this ship but with less structure. So it's just not good. But this one is more suited for travel than this one is. But you can only build so many ships at a time, and I just like this ship for the flexibility it has. Cooled off a little more. Might have to try a different spot in the system if we're next to a plasma planet. Might be a little warm. I mean, that does have some distance to it. I'm missing something vertically? No, that's way taller. Way further away. Yep. Nope. So, when I played the first release back in December, first like open world release, this bubble was just flat your jump range. I would have been able to jump to anywhere within this bubble. This would have burned about half my fuel tank. You know, the thing over here would have burned like my whole fuel tank. But it's become more complicated than that now, and we're only looking at the first iteration. Oh, try this spot. The first iteration of this heat mechanic, so they said there's better UIs and stuff coming. But we are like version 0.1.1 right now, so this is still pretty early on. We're mostly here to provide feedback. Yes, I did. I mean, it was like $10 off, but yes, I bought it when it was discounted. And I got the big package just because it includes 4 months of game time, and my logic was, you know, clarify, that's 4 months when the game goes live. You know, if you buy a package, you have access through the whole test period. But I bought the package for 4 months of when the game goes live because that's kind of a cool site. You know, I figured I would give it at least that long. Just in case anyone is interested, that is a referral link for the game. I don't even know what it does yet, but most of the referral stuff is, you know, benefits for both parties. This is kind of a cool little spot. Like, this is a place where you could place your flag, and then you'd have kind of this fractured moon behind your base if that appeals to you. Some of these have like old ruined superstructures and stuff. So thank you, Bet Twice, for the follow. But yeah, so there's some variability. Some of them are just empty, like the last one we were just at. I feel like I'm even warmer right now. I mean, it's possible that we just have to turn around, but ideally I don't want to do that. This does seem a little bit closer. Didn't look as interesting, but what does this place look like? This one didn't look very good right now. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. Can we jump down there? No, I don't think so. What's our heat look like now? Oh, it is improving, I think. We were at like 40 before. This is why it took me like 2 hours to get over to that keep from where our base was before. We're still dropping in heat. Doesn't seem like it. Give it one more try to go to that system. No, heat. But the system. Heat. That one working? Ah, you tease. Still dropping. Let's look at the build menu a little bit more. So anyways, you have the 4 structures here which are considered portable, And then the network node is like your flag. So you can drop your flag at any of the points like this, these Lagrange points. And once you've placed your flag, then you can start making more permanent structures. So like these core structures here, as they call them, these last for like 3.5 days. But the network node goes down and you put fuel in it, and it can last on the basic fuel that I'm using. It can last for like 18 days. So within 18 days, I'm gonna have to make it back over to my area, or things gonna go offline. But then we have better printers. It gets us access to higher level stuff. So, you know, progression standpoint, you start with like a small printer and a refinery, and then the assembler is for like building modules, you know, assembled items, whereas the printer is more used for making the parts. And then you have shipyards, so they have a small shipyard to make the shuttles and corvettes. And then this is where a lot of people are stuck right now. Shipyard for building frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. You need this Enclave Technocore. A lot of people think it's impossible to find. Some people say it's not and have already found one, but it's very valuable information, so nobody really wants to share it. And then eventually you can get up to the large shipyard, battleships, battlecruisers, and it takes a different kind of Technocore, which I'm sure is even harder to find. And then these building foams are just like a building block material that you build in the printers, but they take a significant amount of effort. It took me like 2 or 3 hours, I think, to put down a hangar. It is a survival game, you know. You grind resources, and that's how you build your base. You know, and then from our storage standpoint, we have the programmable storage units. So this game is going to be on blockchain. They're still settling on the technology, but as far as the programmable smart contracts, it's going to be programmable through Solidity. It's not something that's going to be required to play the game. Like, so far I haven't done any of it. But it's something that, like, right now, you know, for EVE Online, people make like Alliance Auth or EVE Cookbook or these other tools. You know, these tools will be then usable inside of Frontier as a player, and maybe some of them will go out for free. Some of them will, you know, have a subscription cost and like in-game currency or something. It just depends on how they set them up. You know, sometimes you get what you pay for. Sometimes people are very generous and they share stuff. There's also gates, though I can't get it to show, but you can put down your own stargates. If you build one in one system and one in another system, you connect them together and have two-way. I have not done any blockchain testing yet. I will maybe try and do that in the next couple of weeks, but I think there was some delays on them getting the blockchain stuff set up for this release, so I don't even know if it's working yet. You can also build defensive turrets. Right now there's just the one type of turret, but these are also smart structures, so you can set their engagement rules, like automatically shoot based on standings, or, you know, only attack when being attacked, or so on and so forth. And then we have our hangars for your small ships like frigates, and then large hangars for up to battle cruisers. And then we have a couple of monuments that you can build. It's bigger. So here is one of the like dudes. You can build that monument, for example, at your base. Or we can build this one. Kind of a broken monolith look. These are just decorative so far. They don't really do anything beyond that. But then these, because there is occlusion mechanics in the game, you can hide behind things. You can duck behind to protect from shots. You can use them for ambushes. So there are physical walls that you can build around your base to help defend it. You know, maybe protect some of your more fragile assets behind them. You know, protect them from getting shot, for example. Or you can use them to hide behind an ambush. Even in this tactical view, this is the build view. But even when we go into the tactical view here, which lets you actually zoom out, we were inside of a site, and you know, I was on the equivalent of the backside of this fractured moon, and my buddy was in the site, and he's like, "Oh, I'm here, you can go leave now." And I was like, "No, you're not. maybe you went to a different one. He's like, no, I'm in the site with you. He's like, no, you're not here. It's like, do you see me? No. Do you see me? No. He's like, move out from behind where you were. And sure enough, I like moved over to this way, and then I got about over into here, and then we suddenly could see each other on the tactical view. So I was worried this tactical view would kill ambush tactics, but it's totally doable. It's totally possible. And there's a lot of things like this, like some Stargates have these sitting next to them. You know, you could hide behind this and do a gate camp that way. So it creates a lot of interesting gameplay in that sense. Alright. Alright, one more try to get over to this system I want to get to. Jump. Nope. Try this one. Nope. Nope. Wishful thinking. Nope. Well, that's too far of a gap. This system. This is where we need to go. That looks like it. Boom, boom, boom. That'll get us into that gate pocket. Okay, so let's jump back here. Is that too much heat? Only we're gonna get colder than 37.1 in this system. Okay, that would be too much heat, so we'll jump back to this system where we were. Hopefully it'll still work. It is possible to strange yourself by jumping out to a system that has a lot of heat, and then you won't be able to jump as far to get back. So it's unfortunate, but it is very possible. We have been encouraging them to create some tools that would maybe allow you to manage this a little bit, so that you have a fighting chance, you know, maybe find out in advance through a module or through like a launched probe how much heat you're going to be dealing with in a certain system, for example. Right now, the only thing we really have to go off of is by zooming into the system and looking at how many like points of interest, how many orbiting bodies you have. That just kind of gives you a feel for system size. And the larger the system, the further you can get away from the star, and the more you can save yourself on heat. So let's see, we will swing through this system just to see if that Carbonist site has respawned. Then we'll go to that system to jump through if it hasn't. Because I do not have enough fuel to keep doing this. Oh boy, what the hell? There's a player here. Run away, dude. Run away. I am under attack. Okay, I didn't shoot back, so hopefully I can still go through the gate. Oh, that's rude. That was right where I landed. Let me run the whole route through the gate jump. Oh, now it turned off. It wasn't the system, right? Oh, maybe it was. Oh, yeah, it was. Natural, no carbon. Oops, no carbon. No carbon, no carbon. So it looks like it still has not respawned here. PvP is definitely brutal in this game, though. You know, you have a... Just like EVE Online, you lose your ship, but... You didn't just spend a chunk of this that you can easily recoup in this by ratting. There's no bounties in this. There's no entity that would be paying bounties, so the only way you're getting money is by looting those rats and selling them for a little bit of lux, excuse me. But that guy's not following us. I didn't do it. Only my loot. Bragging rights. But no, generally, like there's no bounty on my head or anything like that. You know, maybe he thought I had some good loot. I don't know. He might just be trying to claim this space as his own and kick me out, and that's okay. I don't want this space. I don't really want the space I'm set up in, but there is no leaderboard, so someone suggested that in the Discord and everyone thumbs down it. But that becomes one of those things that, you know, people could put together. I think there was anything worth caring about in here. So far there's no salvaging. Okay, we don't have much heat. Oh, this looks like it could just... Okay, hold on. Where was I trying to go? Because I definitely jump out to those systems. Well, that's what we do. Boom, boom, boom. But let's see all of that. Yeah, let's try and do that. Curiosity. Now, there's not a lot you get out of PvP other than like kicking people out of your area. At least not so far. Even if you wanted to bounty me, I don't have any money, so get wrecked. Ooh, I don't even have a full tank anymore, but this is a busy system, so hopefully something. Surveyor site. Natural, okay, so we could build a refinery. Rocky. Natural. Okay, well. This is not our fuel system, that's for sure. Check this next one over. Ooh, wow, that's a cool looking planet. But another plasma. That one. Yeah, it's another plasma. I thought I had more fuel than that. I'm a little nervous now. Yeah, PI is not in the game, but they... So, long term, the Carbon engine, which is running this game, and is like a 2.0 version of what's running EVE Online, they're going to open source it and allow outside development. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, you know, at that point, because then developers that don't work at CCP will be able to start designing and building features for the game. So what they're going to do is they're going to set an underlying set of rules that is the physics engine for the game, and these laws will be immutable, I think is the word, but you know, you won't be able to change them. Not even the developers will be able to change them. So no matter what anybody does, they will be fixed to making things that fall within those laws. So PI was actually one of their jokes early on, was, you know, some player developer might actually get to designing PI before CCP does. And PI as it is kind of a nightmare that I have on a reoccurring basis in EVE, so let's hope somebody else has a different idea of how to do it. Multi-boxing has also been highly I won't even say discouraged. They're trying to make a game where it would be very difficult and not rewarding to multi-box. So, like, so far there's no skills, so you're not locked by skills for one. You know, you're locked by, like, mining and stuff, but so far, like, I don't have a big enough vessel that I could even worry about running 2 accounts to mine, because you're full so quickly that it would be pointless. And there's no incentive, because you're not using skills to do, like, production lines. All you gotta do is build another printer. You put down another printer, you have another production line. Every single building that you drop gives you more production lines. And the only thing you're limited by is the network node and how much bandwidth you have, but you can always build more, you know, network nodes. Warp scramblers and webifiers have a 45-second cooldown. And webifiers last, I think, 15 seconds. And scramblers last... That's an abandoned processing plant. I would love to loot that, but check it. And they, so like I say, they only last 12 seconds and they have a 45-second cooldown. So you have to use them strategically, and I do like that about this game, is that you have to make strategic choices with almost everything you do. You'll notice my ship has no shields and no armor, but that's because shields and armor are a module that you have to fit to your ship. And like shield HP and armor HP goes into the low slots of your ship. So like right now, I'm using an expanded cargo grid on this ship so that I can ideally fit more fuel. And with that expanded cargo grid on, because I only have 1 low slot, I can't actually add any shield HP or any armor HP. So the ships are all modular in that sense, and completely flexible to design to play them how you want to play them. And like the cutting lasers that I have on right now don't take up a turret hardpoint, so I have 2 high slots on this. So I could be running cutting lasers, I could be running guns. So far, weapon-wise, they have coil guns, aka rail cannon or rail guns. They have autocannons, which are very different than the autocannons in EVE Online. They actually have respectable range, like 25 kilometers or so. They have disintegrators, as in the trig type weapons from EVE Online, which is, you know, one of the connections that makes me wonder if the trigs in EVE Online came from this system, or this region, or whatever you want to call it. Galaxy, there we go. And they have the cutting lasers who damage themselves. They work like lasers in EVE Online, I guess. You know, they can shoot things, and they can also cut things, damage ships. Oh, carbon weave. How heavy is this? I really want this. 30,000. Oh. I might come back to this. Let's find fuel first. And yeah, so we're just kind of waiting to see, you know, what some of the other stuff will be, but so far we haven't been able to progress very far. You know, only a couple of people have made it into frigates. Most people are still in their basic ships. I did make it into a frigate in the earlier playtest that I was in, but they were way easier to build back then. Way easier. And, you know, they were just testing certain mechanics, and now they're starting to test some of the things like progression. So things have changed a lot. So, these cycles last for 2 months. This one's only a couple of days in, but after the 2 months they wipe, and you gotta start over. Okay. I have to remember where we were and where we came from. Alright. That's where the keep is. So we're going down to that area. Yep. I did want to loot that carbon weave, because like this ship takes 66 carbon weave, and that's probably like 10 or 15 mining trips at least to build that much. but weight matters. Oh, carbon rock. I don't have... Oh, plates here. Is natural? No. Oh, there's another processing plant. Oh, and a ruin processing plant. Well, this has ore in it. But, yeah, so everything we do is going to get wiped in 2 months, and then they make a lot of changes, not just a little bit. So they're drastically overhauling the game each time. Wow, this is a big one. We've got a whole bunch of ore storage silos here. Might be able to fuel up this way. Might be better than mining. But I like the different aspects of exploration in this. Exploration to me in this feels a lot more rewarding than it does in EVE Online. Partially because this is a much more interesting site than you would typically explore in EVE Online. I mean, there's real room for combat and ambush opportunities and stuff here. You know, there could be any number of people hiding behind these ore silos, and I'd have no idea. But until they physically see me, they have no idea I'm here either. There's no local, there's no overview. You know, all over local right now, it's blank. Doesn't even show me. You know, if I were to the only reason there's so many in Corp is because NPC Corp. But just like Wormhole, if I was to type in local, I would show up. Yeah, I might have gotten lucky on this jump because we don't have a lot of fuel left. I definitely want to collect stuff here and ferry it back to the keep, but maybe we'll find a better place to ferry stuff to on the other side of this jump. Okay, good. Let me go through that. I thought it was going to make me go under it. Yeah, look at that. Okay, carbonous and metal rich. That is great, but that is not what we want right now. This one. Oh, timer. Those timers, every time they start beeping, they freak me out. Thanks, Loving the Moon, for the follow. The other hilarious thing to me about eFrontier is I'm pretty sure it's going to get me Twitch affiliate out of this, which I wasn't even setting out to try and do. But I won't complain. I just thought it'd be a fun thing to do. I invested a couple of years ago in the stream equipment, and then I never done a lot with it. Okay, common ore. This is what I was looking for. So, do that. I want that right now. And we'll see if we can find... So I wanted the common ore because the basic... Oh, I missed a can down here. The common ore is the basic thing that we're going to need to put down the refineries. And like the storage. Storage might take carbonous ore, but the carbonous ore then is what we need to make the fuel. So between the two, yeah, we can start setting down a base. If I was going to set down like printers, I would have wanted that metal ore, but I don't plan to make anything in this system. I just plan to use it as a fuel depot for now. If we can get enough fuel, we'll bounce over to the next system. Get into those gates and stuff so we can explore around a little more easily. It's also common ore. I don't need more common ore right now. There's a lot of lootable cans in this site. This is a big one. And this looks untouched. So this and the other abandoned processing plant, which are my favorite, because they give you basic building materials that you can just straight up use. You don't have to build them. Like playing 7 Days to Die and finding a hardware store. Exactly what I want to see. I haven't played that game in a long time. I always feel like I have to play a different game to chill out after I play 7 Days to Die. I feel like I'm on edge the whole time I'm playing. Oh. Moving. Okay, that was just from me bounce up. Nope, you turned too soon. They also, for any of you that play Eve, you're used to kind of that 1 second tick. Their tick on Frontier is 0.25 seconds, so it's 4 times as responsive as Eve Online is to your commands. Common ore. Okay, we have a carbonous ore thing in system, but if I can get some this way, I'm just going to grab it. This one? Oh, carbonous. Perfect. There's a little bit. And whoop. More above us. A lot more above us. Oh, this site is loaded. I feel like the last one of these... Actually, the last one of these was rude because I was in it and I grabbed some stuff out of it, and before I could finish looting, the site despawned on me. But now at this point, sites don't seem to be despawning. Common ore, that's not what I want. Sites seem to just be resetting at midnight game time. Just GMT. But I don't want to see that long term because that really screws some time zones. If you can't be on it, you know, midnight GMT, then you lose to everyone that can. So I'm not opposed to a mechanic that creates Monopoly if you're a smart player, you know, but I feel like the timer of resetting should be something more like 24 hours after the first time it was looted. Something that revolves around a little bit more player interaction. No efficient way to loot this. There. Okay, we need some help. Go that way. But I definitely have hope for the direction the game is going. Like I say, it's still really early on, and I'm gonna expect a lot of changes. But you know, I feel like the visions of what the devs have is well in line with what you want to see from like a hardcore survival space sim. And you know, so far they've done a good job executing on it in a balanced way. Now, some people I think focus too much on certain stuff where like, oh, this UI element is terrible. Well, that's the first time they put it in the game. They've never put it before players before. It might even just be a placeholder. But I really don't mind this like gritty, grindy kind of UI look. I feel like it fits really well with the lore. If you look at like my character sheet, you notice my clone looks digital. And when you look at the packages, the lower level clone has like kind of digital, and then the middle one has a clone that common ore. Oh. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense if there's no common ore site in the system, but and the middle one is like a clone, but it doesn't really have any defined features, and then the high level one is oh, they're showing it in game in the profile picture. Are they? Okay. We look at the player list here, here's an example. You got kind of the digital avatar, the more defined avatar, and then kind of the basic avatar. So those are kind of the three packages that they have right now. And the character portraits have updated, but it looks like... Oh no, there it did right there. If we can get all three of them up. Yeah, so those are like your three different types of clones that we have right now. And we're not quite sure, other than like one of them clearly looks digital. We don't really know for sure what the logic or the reason behind that is. It is all up for discovery. Let's go back to this one, then we can go there. On Carbonus, Metal Rich. We have so far. So yeah, we got plenty of common ore. We got some Carbonus. Metal Rich. I'm building stuff. I don't need metal. Metal's also needed for some of the ammo, the autocannon ammo. It's not. It's still useful. That's not what we need right now. I do have an afterburner, but I'm kind of slow boating through here because everything that you do that burns capacitor, afterburner, hull repairer, these cutting lasers, all of it, they burn fuel. So everything kind of revolves around fuel in this game. And so it makes you make choices, you know. You don't just automatically run your afterburner. You don't just, you know, run your repairer module even if your cap's stable. You pick and choose when to use it based on the situation and based on your available resources. Like typically I wouldn't worry too much about it in this ship because this ship or common ore. Alright, I guess we'll go mine it. Wrong map. This whole state. Yeah, we did. You know, we lost my train of thought there. Oh, yeah, we're looking for like fuel right now. We're trying to move. We're not trying to live. But thankfully we have some ore here we can mine. A couple, it's funny when you look at some of these systems, like this one is not too remarkable. I've jumped into some systems like this and everything's just a really tight orbit around the star. I'll like mouse over the star and look, and instead of saying 5 objects or 6 objects, it'll say like 40 objects or 50 objects, like this sleeper system. Like nobody's really been here. As we start mining, we'll build refinery. These are meant to be temporary structures. I can just right click on them and repackage them, and they just become ore again. Or they're all just built with ore. If we were trying to make ammo or something, I'd put down a printer, but just mining right now. And our mining lenses are nice and full. So we're not worried about that right now. Like I say, there's not a lot of reason. I'll jettison this stuff for now. there's not a lot of reason to not like just put down. Well, there's not a lot of reason for multiple accounts, because if you need more lines, you just put down more things. You know, you need more lines, you put down more printers. You need more refining, you put down more refineries. Get that running. Find some more. In this case, if we look at this, you know, it all takes time. So it's 6.5 minutes, so that's why I put down multiple refineries. I don't want to wait 6 minutes for this to finish without being able to start more. I can only hold 990 in my hold. And in the case of the refinery is used to refine this carbonate ore, which then gets us carbon materials and water. If I was in our home base, I would save every carbon material we've come across because it's useful. Out here, I don't really care. I'm just going to leave it behind. And if I don't repack these, they'll just disappear in 4 days. Because they're meant to be temporary. 3 days, 14 hours. And every time you interact with them, they refresh their lifetime. So, as long as you keep using them, they'll stay in space. But if you abandon them for 4 days, they disappear. Go back into ore. I'm just running. This ship, unfortunately, cannot... I just tried to shoot my own thing. Oops. This ship, unfortunately, cannot run both cutting lasers without running out of cap. It'll hit a point where it just goes down to 1 and has to restore a little bit. But this looks like a fresh site. We don't see stuff piled all over top of it like we did in the previous one. We are going to be able to fill our tank completely. We're going to be able to fill our hold completely with fuel. And then we will no longer be on a fuel crisis. Tell you what, one of the things that's missing, I should tell them, this is a suggestion too. I need a notepad on the show info of the system. I need to be able to write a note on this system and be like, hey, yo, there's carbon ore here, and it was untouched. You know, or there's an abandoned processing plant here, because right now the sites aren't moving. They're just respawning. I need to know where the good stuff is. Be able to take advantage of it. Take any advantage we can get. Be an interesting mix of people that play this game, because you've got, you know, the EVE Online players that expect one thing, and then you've got the survival crowd that's going to expect another thing. It'll be interesting to see how those two groups converge, because EVE Online at this point is definitely not a survival game. It is just your typical MMO. It'll be interesting to see where those two groups converge and what it looks like. You know, how many people want a hardcore Minecraft and all of a sudden they're in this. I kind of hope, oh yeah, these have them too. You see how these structures kind of have legs on them? I kind of hope that means eventually some of this stuff will be maybe stackable or something. I feel like the legs got to be able to do something, right? Something. Surprised. Whoops. I'm surprised how few people are streaming this. Hey, Mad Dog. Yeah, I mean, there is the notepad, but like that'd be a lot to put on a notepad. Like, I guess you could make multiple notes in different folders and stuff, but I feel like it would be most relevantly accessible if you had a note on the system itself. These portable storages, I don't think they fixed the bug yet. They're meant to be just like a fancy jettison can. They are going to be stealable from, so it feels... Oh, I shoot my own stuff again. It's nice to have them down and all, but long term they are going to be No better than a jet can, someone could just steal from them. I guess lifespan will be better than a jet can. You won't have to worry about it going poof after 2 hours. How's your experience so far, Mad Dog? I know you're still kind of working your way through some of the starter system stuff. Just like any other survival game, it's, you know, you have a really hard time in the beginning getting going. Like, if you don't have the right tools to do the job is much more difficult. Nice. You're moving to the keep. That's a bold move. I don't know that this keep is the place to go. It's a desert of stuff. If you go to r.80 or r.833.lvv is where we've built bases so far. It's a little easier to get to from the starting area. I did find a system next door that... Oh, we're filling up. Jump in there for now. I found a system next door that had 80 ore sites in it, which would have been a really good place to build a base had I realized they were there. I keep forgetting to target the asteroid. It's a good thing I have to have it target locked, otherwise I'll be shooting my own stuff. But when I'm looking at the map here, it is a better region than the keep region for sure from a resource standpoint. I think I want to try moving out near one of these black holes, because the density of these stars in here, look at how many things are on top of each other. I don't care that there aren't stargates. I mean, you could jump between these two systems and burn hardly any fuel. But who knows how many people are out there, I guess. Could be doing a lot of PvP and dying out there. What we're doing on our refining here. Wheat. Come on, baby. It's out. Want the mining to stop. So our basic fuel that we're using in this ship, please leave, is just made out of water ice. There we go. 24, 3,000. So this D1 fuel is our nice basic fuel that we've been using. Got a water ice, really quick to build. In theory, not too difficult to find. But the more advanced fuel, the frigates and bigger, all require crude. And all require you to mine rifts. And that's why I haven't worried too much so far about trying to build a frigate, because I don't even have the fuel yet. Can't fly it. You just collect dust in the hangar, which is a risk of itself. Top our tank up now. Definitely glad. Didn't mean to stop it. Definitely glad I found this system. I was worried with how picked off that keep system was, that these systems out here were just going to be all decimated, but you know, clearly people aren't exploring too much. In my favor, I guess. I think there's a lot of disadvantages. There's a lot of people that try and live like out of the keeps. You can't anymore because you can't even build on them, but I think it's definitely a mistake to try and bunch up on the keeps. Like we just saw earlier, you got a whole collection of systems that are stuck together, but there's no resources because everybody's slamming them hard. Much better to spread out. And when you get some of the bigger ships, it's a little easier to move. Right now, for us, it would be really difficult to move. We would probably mostly just be leaving our stuff behind, but... yeah, Mad Dog, if you head towards that system I was just talking about, Fire's been in there setting up stuff, so... There's my base in there, there's his base in there. He already kicked one person out today. I died to another guy earlier, but we haven't seen him since. I was running scared for a long time until I found out that you can set your home station to the network node. That made me feel a lot better. And right now I'm set to that keep because I want to be able to make some money, but... yeah, fuel's the name of this game. I was really confused when they first started talking about this game and talking about fuel because, you know, like a lot of the Ethereum blockchain and stuff like that uses a mechanic called fuel. And so when they first started talking about it, I thought you were literally going to be powering your ships with crypto type stuff. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. But no, it is just a resource in the game. Totally cool with it being a resource. For anybody wondering, the crypto stuff is more tied to like the equivalent of Plex and EVE Online. It's what you can use to pay for your premium subscription. It'll be the intermediary if you want to do like RMT type transactions. It will be totally legal in this game. You know, if you build a big ship and you want to make some money off of it and you want to sell it as an RMT trade, it will not be an illegal violation of EULA or anything. It will be built into the game. I like it too. Overall, I think it still needs some work, but I like the concept of the fuel. I like that it forces you to make decisions, and I mean, it's a survival game. It's a replacement for food and water. Like, we're not worried about food and water because we're a clone. So instead, we're worried about fueling our ship because that's what we're flying. Also, to anyone else that plays EVE Online, there are no pods. You are just like a dude inside of a ship, or potentially a digital consciousness inside the ship computer. So if you don't have another ship to go into, you can't just like fly around between point A and point B. You have to be in a ship. So just like the equivalent of dock in a station, get a free rookie ship in EVE Online, that still exists in this. So you do have a basic ship, but that ship is a physical ship. You know, if you decide to board another ship, you know, you're boarding it and you're leaving your other ship behind in space. It is a physical object as well. So when we were first playing, that was kind of a logistical thing we were trying to figure out. Like, they didn't have hangars yet, and so we're like, well, what do? We don't want to like lose our old ship, because what if this one dies? We want to hold on to it for now. So you were trying to kind of like figure out that balance. We might have enough by this point. Trying to figure out that balance of, you know, what do we do? How do we save our ships? And so we were doing this like process because early on we had access to a keep, and so we'd run up to the keep. And why are you not transferring? Oh, because it's still mining? I told you to stop mining. Already active. Can you turn off? What is going on? It's a weird bug right now. Let me force it. I'm gonna bounce away and come back. But we were just doing this like shuttle system where we were jumping away to the keep, getting a rookie ship, going back, delivering our ship, getting into it, and leaving the rookie ship. And so our base just started becoming a Oh, maybe if I turn off the auto repeat on this. Oh wait. Turn module offline. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Did I jump? Okay, I jumped. That should have turned it off. We were just creating a ship graveyard as we were going back and forth, which was a little weird, but now I need to refresh this. It's not showing up yet. That's... But we have hangars now, so now we can, when we build a ship, we can deliver it to the hangar, and we have a solution for that. I'm glad you're making your way out of the rookie system. That's a happy day. Cargo container. Why is there a cargo container? Oh, I threw down that ore and stuff at first. Forgot about that. Put into our temporary storage. Hey. Eight, 9. Alright, that's all of them. Start a second stack. That is the wrong thing. Topping it up. Right now, so let's fill up. I want to be 100% of fuel, full of fuel when we leave here, because we have had too much trouble finding fuel around. I guess we will have a little bit of a flag, even without a notepad on the system of where this all is, because these will remain in our asset window for a few days. So if I don't dismantle them here, I'll know that I can come back here, you know, as a nearby place and get additional fuel if it's needed. I'll just have to make sure I keep a little bit of fuel in reserve to get myself back here, because this is not connected by a gate. Plus this and the next site over, or the next system over, had some good loot in it. Okay, got enough common ore. Let's put down one more refinery and make this go a little faster. And that's the other great thing to this, is there is no limit to the number of these structures that I can put down. The only limit is... Where did you go? Oh my gosh, that jumped a lot. The only limit is the amount of resources I have to place them. Whatever, just build that there. So there's no reason for me, you know, not to put down an extra one. It just gives me like another build line, essentially. We're not limited by a skill that's telling us how many build lines we have. Now, if that sounds unbalanced, the network node, which is like your flag, like I was talking about earlier, that one does have a power component to it. It generates 1,000 power, and the more permanent structures all require some level of power, so you, like, per flag you can only put down so much, but the idea is eventually that you drop more of those network nodes, and then as your base grows in size, those network nodes will, you know, put out signals which will start attracting rogue drones, which will then start attacking your base, which will then cause you to add defenses to your base, which will cause you to expand your base, which will cause more rogue drones to attack you. So it then creates this cycle of defense and destruction and stuff as you get attacked and, you know, need to defend and all those sorts of things. So it creates a little bit of a game loop with your base building. And then I was just giving them some suggestions earlier on how to expand that, you know, with like communications relay for sending information, or, you know, like adding bigger structures that were meant to be corporation based. So, you know, if these network nodes are like your tent or your village, you know, where's your town, where's your capital, you know, that should be your bigger node. And maybe you can build around that as a corporation. Maybe it's just shared facilities, because right now everything is just usable by the person that puts them down. They're all personal stuff. So, you know, I hope to see some of that stuff in the future. Because realistically, you know, I was talking about the hangar taking me a couple of hours earlier to get built, and that takes 2 of the building foams. To put down a gate, a Stargate, takes 650. Not only does it take 650, it can only be assembled and deployed by the battleship-sized freighter, which, I mean, I don't even know if anybody's going to be able to get to that level of development, or at least very few people will get to that level of development in the next 2 months. So you're talking about something that takes weeks to months to accomplish, and that's to put down just a pair of gates. So it'd be very, very difficult to do as an individual. Definitely something that requires a collective interaction between, you know, members of, and this one there's not corporations like EVE Online, it is tribes and syndicates. So tribes are your equivalent of corporations, and syndicates will be your equivalent of alliances. So a little bit of a different approach, but it makes sense in kind of this post-apocalyptic type scenario. We'll look at the map here since we got a couple of minutes. So we were down here before in the keep. We were previously over in this system over here. Mad Dog, by the way, if you come over here, this little system that's right next to the one that looks almost like Pinky in the name, it was right next to where we were building a base. If you want a next door place that's off the gates to set up a base, I found 80 ore sites in this system. Somewhere around that number. I think the center of the map had 67, so I have a firm count with that, and then I found many more in the surrounding planets. And it doesn't even look like that big of a system, but there's 4 planets right around the star. So there's a ton of stuff concentrated right in the center. So it looks like this little tiny system, but it has 6 orbitals. If I would have seen that, I might have started base building there, because that's enough resources for a sizable corporation to build with several people. Because it seems like these carbon ore sites and stuff like that are starting to despawn. Yeah, first to arrive there reaps the rewards. And it's so close, like it's not hard to jump back into that gate network area and get access to like ratting sites and stuff like that, because I did not see anything there other than ore from what I remember. I think it was pretty much just purely an ore site, ore system. By the way, if anyone else does want to join us, there's a Discord link down below the stream. If you're on Twitch, I doubt there's a link on YouTube, but if you're on Twitch, on the About Us, there is a link to the Discord for this game. Hello, Blofeld. Welcome from the UK. Speaking of someone on YouTube, thanks for joining us. We're just waiting right now for our stuff to finish refining so we can build some fuel and keep exploring. Kind of built a little fuel depot here. as we are currently using our jump drive to jump around. You can see we're in a system that is not connected by a gate. So we were over here. We're working our way on moving down over here to check out this collection of gates just to see if there's anything interesting in there. See, this whole big section I thought was connected to that keep. There's way more systems in here than there was in that keep system. I might be able to route a path home from here, actually. That might be a better way back than where I came from. I guess it depends. It depends on if I can bridge that gap. If I can bridge that gap, then maybe. I don't know. It'll give us more to explore, though. We're still in alpha, so there's still lots to discover. This is only our fourth full day. I guess if you want to go by time, technically we're bleeding into day 5 now, but if anyone has any questions about the game or anything, feel free to ask. I am by no means an expert, but I have put a good chunk of time in so far, so I know some of the basics. Are you a survival game player? I mean, if you're not an Eve player, but you're a survival game player, then I could see that. You know, Eve has its own vibe, and this has its own vibe. I am a survival game player. I like playing, 7 Days to Die, Medieval Dynasty, what's the other one? Conan Exiles. I would not say I'm an incredible survival game player, but I do like the process. And space games, yeah. And see, that's what it was for me too. I'm like, whoa, EVE Online, spaceships meets survival. Like, sign me up, bro. This is what I want to do. Looking too fast here. So I was pretty excited when I saw this. Some people figured this out really early on, maybe through going to like EVE's Fan Fest or various different sources, and like 2 or 3 days before they dropped the first, like, call it like persistent, like server stays up test, I saw an ad on Facebook and I watched the video and I'm like, man, if you can capture just a fraction of what's in that video, I am in. And so far they have. And I mean, this is like, it looks gritty. The UI is super basic. I would play it like this. And this is version 0.1.1. So we are at the beginning, and it's already a game I would just play. Like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't have enough depth to play for years at this point, but CCP, who develops EVE Online, has gotten to this like content development cycle where they're releasing major patches for EVE Online every 4 months and bringing new stuff to the game. And as far as I'm aware, their plan is to do the same thing with this game. So you'll see constant updates, constant new things going into it. And yeah, this post-apocalyptic setting, like if we look at the map here, we're on our way to a set of gates, but these gates are from some ancient civilization, and we don't know if this is the universe of EVE Online. We don't know if this is the Milky Way, which is where, from a lore standpoint, where the original inhabitants of New Eden, which is EVE Online's world, came from. They came from Earth. They found a wormhole. It connected to another galaxy. Earth was at a point of development where it was running out of resources, but they had spacefaring technology, like basic spacefaring technology. They went through the wormhole, which is established for a while in what was known as the Eve Gate, and on the other side of the Eve Gate, they started rebuilding civilization. And, you know, so we don't know. We don't know if this is post-Eve World. We don't know if this is post-Earth. There's a race in EVE Online called the Triglavians. There's definitely some currently in the game. Now, this could just be carryover from EVE Online because it's the same game engine, but there's currently in-game some references to the Triglavians. And the character models remind me a lot of the Triglavian suits of armor. So I kind of wonder if this is where the Triglavians came from. And yeah, the lack of skills is nice, and I don't feel like you need them. Like, just the like way that they've set up the progression in this game around how long it takes to build things, how many resources you need to collect, and all those sorts of things. I don't feel like skills are necessary to control the pace of the game. You know, it's just like any other survival game. You know, if you get a solid group of people together that are really dedicated, that all work together and bring each other up as fast as possible, you'll progress much faster. If you want to grind away at your own, you can do the same things, but it will take you much longer because, you know, it's a force multiplier, right? Like if you have, you know, the guy in level 1 ship and he's mining and mining and mining and gets his way up to level 2 ship, that takes a while. But if you have 3 guys in level 1 ship and they work hard and they get their most active player into level 2 ship, and that player then helps everybody else get into level 2 ship, you are now using the power of someone in that second level ship getting everyone else up to that level 2. And we did that in the first playtest in this. You know, I was the one that played the most, and we got me into a frigate first, and it took us like 3 days to build the first frigate in that version. Now they're harder to build now, but in that release they took about 3 days for us to build the one. And once I got the one built, we built like 3 more in a day, or 2 days, or something like that. And it was just such a massive force multiplier. And if you have a big group that's doing that on a larger scale, yeah, they're going to progress really fast. But EVE Online has about 7,800 systems. The final game model for EVE Frontier is supposed to have over 100,000. So we're well over 10 times the size of the EVE Online universe. And there should be plenty of room for people to spread out. Yeah, standard survival game. You start out, you have a stone axe, and you're chopping trees, and it takes you an hour and a half to build a house. And eventually you have an iron axe, and you chop down the tree in one swing, and you build a house in 15 minutes. It's just how it goes. That's how survival games work. When you have the right tool for the job, things get done way faster. The stack done here. And this fuel mechanic in here, it's kind of like your survival replacement for food and water in a survival game. And I made my way over to one of the few stations in the game. I can open the map here again in just a second and show you. But made my way over to that station, and when I got there, I had only about 150 fuel out of the 1,420 or so that can fit in my fuel tank. And everything that uses energy, your rep modules, your afterburners, warping, your mining lasers, your guns, everything burns fuel. So you have limited life at that point. And we got lucky. We found just enough. But if we look out at the map, these red dots that you see, I currently have the map filtered for station count. And those red dots are the only places that have stations in the game. Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely places you could disappear in here right now, and it would take a long time for somebody to find you. It might take months, it might take years, it might take days if somebody gets lucky. But you know, if you're going down this path and you settle over here, and someone else is going down this path and they go right instead of left, they never see you. The correct direction on the map is a little difficult. I have to reform it a lot. I have to get there, sit and look at it, spin it around. Which direction was I going? What am I looking for? It's even harder without the gates, because if I don't have like a target of a cluster of systems, I'm like, what was the name of that system I was going for? Like, that's kind of dense, but let me look at like this black hole here. You get into the middle of these systems, the density of these stars, that's not even the peak of it. Look at how close these are. You could like hop between these. There's so many different ways. I mean, you could be in one of these stars and someone could check 100 systems and never find you. Traditional Eve does not have fuel. There is no... it has the capacitor, which has some limiting factors, but there is no... Well, okay. I'm sorry. I take that back. Large ships, like Capitals, have fuel for using their jump drive, but they don't have to function on the fuel. If they run out of fuel, they can still take gates, they can still warp, they can still fight, they can still defend themselves. Just for doing their long jumps where they move in between systems, capital ships and jump freighters have fuel. But those are the only ships in Eve that have that. In this game, every ship except the rookie shuttle has a jump drive and can move between systems freely on its own as long as it has the fuel. So it's a big difference in your mobility between the two games. We're about to find out if we have enough fuel here. Looks like we probably will. Supports an Eve. Shield tankers and armor boosters use fuel. No, I mean, there's a couple of special exceptions where they use like a replacement to help keep them from burning their capacitor, but none of them actually use fuel. There's not a fuel mechanic like there is in this game. You know, if I fire my mining lasers right now, I'm going to burn fuel. But the other thing, you'll notice I have no shield and no armor. That's not because the ship is damaged. It's because in this game, ships only have structure by their base. To get armor and shield, you have to equip modules that give you armor HP and shield HP. And then you have to equip modules like Eve to repair those or whatever else you want, or add resistances. But on a base level, there is no armor and no shields. So, like, I'm just out here rocking my structure because I have a cargo expander in my low slot. And low slots in this are used for shield HP and armor HP. So if I want to expand my cargo hold, I can't add armor and I can't add shield. Makes me a little squishy. A little nerve-wracking to run around like that, but gotta make choices. And then on top of that, the weight of everything that you're using. So like if I look at my ship, the ship would, as it's fit, is 10.8 million kilograms. But you can see that the base value of the ship naked would be 10.2 million kilograms. So between my cargo expander that I have on, my mining lasers, my hull repair, my afterburner, those things are all adding an additional 600,000 kilograms to the weight in my ship, which affects how far my ship can jump, how hard it has to work when it jumps. So weight, specifically, not volume. Some people have made that mistake. They're like, well, I'm not carrying more stuff than I was when I came through here last time. But when you compare the weights, it's not a volume thing. It's the physical weight of each object. Every single object in the game has a weight component, and those impact your ability to move around. Okay, this one's done. Done. This time when we move on, we're going to leave all this stuff sitting here so that we have a record of where it's at. So we might come back this way and refuel again. I have no idea if we're going to even find fuel in the next set of systems. I'm sure this little delay will improve. I already gave them feedback about it. It's faster just to close and reopen the module. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the full screen inventory, so a couple of people have given them feedback on that. I can't tell you how many times in 7 Days to Die I've been in full screen crafting and get punched by a zombie I didn't know was there. So it would be nice. The previous iteration had, it would be like a box like this, and it would be about this size of your screen, but you still had some view to see around you. You could interact with space. You could fly around. If you started getting shot, you'd see it. So I'd like to see some version of that come back. Alright, let's top off our tank. And we'll have a little sitting here if we come back through this way. Actually have granular manufacturing options. They have an EU, so you can utilize specialized chips and components. I'm not sure about the relationship to align speed right now. I thought that might be the case, but I took mass off of my ship and it didn't seem to impact it. But I think long term, it will affect align speed. But yes, there is. So I don't have one down right now for manufacturing, but they have printers. So this portable printer has a few things you can make in it, and then, whoops, as you go into the industry side of things, you know, there's a small permanent printer, a large one, medium one. They're kind of out of order here. But these printers mostly make like components and make these building foams that are required to build a lot of the structures. And then there's this assembler, which is for making things like modules. It's where you make your guns, your shield tank, your armor tank, all that kind of stuff. And then we have shipyards. So right now my base, back in that home system, has a small shipyard for building these corvettes. This next level one lets you build frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. This is where a lot of people are working on right now in the game. They're looking for this Technicore, which you can't build. It's a drop out of a site, but nobody wants to admit where it is. And then the large one lets you build battleships and battlecruisers, which are currently the largest ship size they've talked about. How much survive an MMO this game have? When you get raided and destroyed, you start from zeros or some lifetime progression. There's no skills or anything, so if you get destroyed, like everything, your base and everything, you start over. If my ship gets lost right now, I'm going to go back to that keep where I was at, and I'm going to get a rookie ship, and that rookie ship can't jump systems, so I will have to figure out how to, using that rookie ship, rebuild a ship that has a jump drive, which will then allow me to start moving again, because I will be stuck in those systems with that rookie ship. There does seem to be a mechanic where you can self-destruct right now, and it'll send you to a random system if you're like stuck. But still, same thing. Wherever I end up, I'm going to have to build a ship to try and get back to where I was. Once you put down your network node, which is like your central core of your main base, you can set that as your respawn point. So if you die, you respawn back at your base, but you would lose your ship. And your base is 100% destroyable. You know, they're strong. You know, the new players are not going to take down a base on their own, but a fleet of them theoretically could. Physics and geometry, as opposed to... yeah, so what they're going to end up doing is they're going to ingrain a set of laws that'll be the physical laws of the universe, and that will be the base of the entire game that nobody, including the developers, will ever modify. And I mean super basic stuff like, you know, what is weight, what is speed, how do you define it, how do you define distance, You know, if you're talking about tracking of a weapon, you know, what are the defining factors of what tracks, you know, not tracks, but determines that kind of tracking speed. Whatever those laws happen to be, you know, how fast a ship turns, they're going to figure those things out, and those will be the base of the entire game. And no developer will ever modify them for the life of the game. So they might do stuff that adds to that, but they will never modify that underlying structure. Those will just be their laws of physics for the game. So they only have super basic stuff in here like weight right now, but eventually they will have a suite of things, whatever it happens to be, that are the baseline physics of the game. And that is one of the blockchain implementations that will be part of the chain, is that underlying physics engine that can't be modified. Generally have to be daily players. There's no possibility to make a few weeks breaks. So like the network node, with the really cheap fuel that I have right now, I can fuel it for 18 days. But just by it no longer being fueled, it doesn't just go poof, from my understanding. It'll still kind of sit there for a while. I don't know what that time frame is. In this alpha, it might be infinite. Outside of the alpha, it might be like 30 days. I think there's going to be like an abandoned process. Whereas if it sits there unfueled for so long, it's going to go abandoned. People can loot it. People can destroy it easier. Things like that, you know, clean up space. But no, it's not instantaneous. Like I said, they're pretty strong. They're not super weak. The other thing is going to be is that like this network node is on chain. You'll be able to like set up alerts that sends you a text message through smart contracts if you really want to. They should be, they'll be discoverable through DApps outside the game. Yeah, like I say, like you say, it is a legitimate reason to use blockchain. The other reason that they want to use blockchain is they want to open source the game long term. So they want to put the entire code base for Carbon Engine, whatever the Carbon Engine version is that runs Frontier, out as open source and allow other people to develop for the game. And that was the only way, that was the best way they could think of to create that like forever relationship where outside developers could develop and make modules and permanent additions to the game. I think I mean, there's a lot of survival games that have MMO type aspects. But yes, I think they're really trying to lean into the hardcore survival aspects of it and, you know, take it from the standpoint of you are a person in this universe trying to survive, and there's a bunch of other people trying to do the same thing. And like corporations from EVE Online are going to be replaced with the idea of tribes in this. Excuse me. And alliances will be syndicates. So your alliances of tribes will be syndicates, and then your tribes will be your base player organization structure. So they haven't done much with that right now. Right now they just have the placeholder from EVE. They've just kind of announced that that's the theme that they're going to go for. But just since we have it open to in storages, we have a couple of different size of storage units. These are all smart storage units here that will be available on the chain. We have gates. So gates you'll be able to create. They have a certain range, and you have to have a receiving gate on the other side. You then connect the two of them together, and then you can set access rights. You can charge for them. You know, maybe it's fuel, maybe it's lux, maybe it's free because you just, you know, decide like you're going to be charitable. Seems silly, but you know, might as well put your toll on it. You can put defensive turrets down. Obviously, there's a lot of room for them to expand. They only have the basic stuff right now. We have hangars to store ships, you know, both frigates and bigger eventually. I did notice that the large hangar only allows battle cruisers, so right now there is no hangar in the game where you could dock a battleship. I'm not sure progression chain up to battleship will happen in the next 2 months, but there is one in the game at least. And then we have defensive structures. So occlusion is a mechanic in this game. Ambush is a mechanic in this game. So you can set up physical walls that you can hide behind, protect yourself from shots, maybe protect some more fragile pieces of equipment from being directly hit. And then there's just fun little totems that you can use for decorative structures as well. So you got the survival, you've got the base building, you know, and obviously just like with any game, double check that we're 100% full here before I take off. You know, any game that has a cooperative aspect, you can do more with more people. You know, if people want to work together, you'll get further faster. Right now, I don't actually know how many ships there are, and I say that because all I know for sure is what I can see on the market. So I know I can build these four right here: the recurve, the reflex, the reaver, and the wend. The wend is basically the shuttle rookie ship, so I don't know why you would ever build it. But these are all currently buildable in the structure that I have put down. There's also these Enclave Ventures, so the HAF, the LoRa, and the MCF, these are all frigates. So these should all be buildable right now. This is a destroyer, so this is probably buildable destroyer. And oh, this USV is another frigate. The devs did confirm, not concern, that progression in the next 2 months will allow people to go up to cruisers. So those should be possible. And then this is the one battleship that I know of that's in the game right now. But I know they have other battleship models. They've showed them off in stream. They've been in previous cycles of the game. They're probably just working on changing them up a little bit right now. I'm going to take a quick bio break before we start jumping again.
Be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits, I'm losing shit. A stupid myth, you choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift. Oh, feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. Yeah, there's no mercy in this world, just hunger thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues.
Is operating more than one ship or fleets. Are you talking about like multi-boxing? Because they're aiming for a game where it's going to be very, very difficult and not very rewarding to multi-box. Basically, their opinion is if a game is like EVE Online, frankly, and makes multi-boxing have a high payoff, then it's a sign of bad game design, and they probably should have designed a system better. Yep, like it. But as far as like fleeting up with other ships, line of fire from weapons is a thing. If your ally flies in front of your guns, your ally's getting shot. Like the bullets have a physical path, the laser has a physical path, and if somebody flies in front of it, they're going to take damage. We tested this mechanic on accident. We were like 3v1ing against something, and one guy had too tight of an orbit and flew in front of me, and he got shot. And it just like happened so fast that couldn't really do anything about it. It just happened. He adjusted his orbit after that. Alright, so we're in another pocket of gates. Metal Ridge Cluster. 24 objects in the center. Alright. Let's see what we got here. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but I feel like I said that yesterday and jumped into it and immediately got blapped by some stuff, so let's not do that right now. Mangled Convoy is a warp site. A loot site. But before we start looting and filling up a cargo hold, we'll explore around a little bit. M, not N. So, let's see here. Let's start by going down to here. It is like a job sometimes to try and navigate this map around. Sometimes, frankly, there are just so many stars that you'll try and click on like this and you'll jump down on the map way down here or something because you've clicked on some star in the background. Standard EVE Online feature, by the way. These stars that you see in the sky are the actual stars of the universe. So this red line you're seeing in space is the path that I just selected, and those are the stars that we're about to go visit at each corner of that path. I've always liked that feature. The sky is not just a backdrop, it's a real part of the universe. You know, right now we're this deep red nebula, but you move around, you'll see different colors, different nebulas, and the physical location of that nebula, you know, if you go to one side of it or another, what you see reflected in the sky will change because you're not looking at it from the same angle. This is a great shot at this. Look at how big these gates are. Massive. Massive gates. Every time I see those, I'm like, man, what was this previous civilization flying that required a gate that big? Crazy. Alright, rim bombardment cannon. I like that site, but it's a redding site. Communications module debris is a looting site when you're trying to build like your first ships and stuff. There's some necessary loot in there. Same with the drifting tower ruin. Same loot type. Destroyed shipyard and shipyard ruins. Those are both redding sites. I think this unmoored silo block is too. You're not familiar with the term ratting. Just EVE Online slang for shooting NPCs. There are no like pirate factions in this. There are no bounties. The only way you get paid right now is by getting basically a data core off a rogue drone. The only life in this universe that we have discovered so far is like AI and rogue drones. You know, so there's whatever computerized system that's running the clone banks that created all the clones, and the keeps runs the keeps. And there's whatever various systems are running the drones. There's some lore on the website if you read through it. There's some fun stuff like, you know, there's one planet where they created bots that built bots, but they forgot to tell the bots when to stop. So they built some bots, and then they built some more, which then built some more bots, and this process continued until they consumed the entire planet all the way down to the core. And the pressure of gravity then pressed all these robots together, and the new core of the planet became these compressed robots, which then, as robots break down, they were just parting out the robots and making more robots. So it's just like this perpetual cycle of robots building robots because there was no stop command put into them. There's a few lore pieces like that that are floating around on the website and whatnot that you could always check out if you're interested in more. Nothing very interesting in this system. It's definitely one of the things that I need to do in the near future is go destroy some drones and collect some loot and make some money so that we can get the 3x lenses, not sequencer, these lenses, which are required for mining crude. And crude is what we need to fuel everything frigates or larger. They spawn in what's called a rift. They look really cool. If I see one, we'll pop into there and look at it. But it's pointless to build a frigate if we don't have any crude. And to mine crude, we need those 3x lenses, which are only NPC seated in stations. You cannot build them. You cannot acquire them in any other way. As far as I'm aware, I've never seen them drop as loot or anything. The only way to acquire them is by going through the NPC markets at the keeps. And the only way to acquire money at the start of the game, because there are no player buy orders up, is to sell these rogue drone components to the NPC keeps. So right now those are your only option for making money, and I just did the math earlier. You need 17 of them to buy one of those lenses. And you do get quite a bit of crude. Well, last time I mined it, you got quite a bit of crude per cycle, so the lenses could go a long way. You didn't need a ton of them. But they were kind of a precious resource. When you moved, you had to take them with you. Otherwise, you had to find a keep somewhere else to buy them. And, when a rich person in this game has 1.5 million lux and they cost 100k, they're, sizable investment. Thanks, K Crusher, for the follow. Appreciate it. Surveyor site. These abandoned processing plants are cream of the crop for exploration loot sites because they give you straight up building materials and a lot of them. But they're pretty sizable, they're pretty heavy. So noted that we have one in the area. There was 2 more on the way jumping here as well that I would have loved to loot, but I was worried about fuel and how much it was going to take to travel over here, so maybe we'll go back and loot them at some point. But we don't know if there will be any kind of wormholes yet. Even with EVE Online, wormholes were not released with the launch of the game, so if they're included in this, they may not be a part of the game at launch. But currently there is no scanning technology or anything like that. So if there were wormholes like there are in EVE Online, we wouldn't even know how to find them. Unless it's showing up in our system scanner, which if you talk about the traditional EVE methodology, it would not. We don't know it's there. So whatever system objects that it shows in my system scanner is the only thing that we can discover right now. That doesn't mean wormholes don't exist. It's entirely possible they do, and I just haven't found the site for them. But I feel like the necessity for a wormhole in this game is severely reduced. I could see it maybe popping up and being something that brought you to another part of the universe or something like that. But local already functions like a wormhole in this game. You notice my own name's not in the chat. I won't show up here unless I type. There's still a corp chat, there's still a fleet chat and stuff like that, but the only way you know somebody is anywhere is if you physically see them. If you don't have line of sight on somebody, You don't know. There's no overview. Like, I'm not hiding anything. This is the entire UI right now. There's no overview. If you're sitting in a site and you're mining, the only way you know they're there is if you have your... this is another abandoned processing site. If you have your sound cranked up and you hear the pop of the jump when they jump in, because the warp drive makes a little bit of sound when it comes out of a jump. Try and zoom in, maybe you'll hear it when I jump here, but that's the only notification that you would be getting that someone joined you. So you hear the pop and you start looking around like, oh my god, who just came in here? Are they friend? They foe? What's going on? Even as an alpha, the sound design in this game's good. I remember if it pops when we start the jump. A little bit. There should be a better pop though when we come out. You just gotta listen for it. And I miss him a lot. I won't know somebody's there until they start mining next to me or something. Or shooting me. It's a long jump. Big system. I went critical? I've never gone critical on heat. Ooh, can I... Oh, I'm still heating up. Please cool off. Please don't die. That was nerve-wracking. I've never had that long of a warp before. Scary. I don't want to lose the ship right now. That would set me back quite a bit. Okay, natural, natural. Okay, still no carbon. Okay, we cooled off. This is the dead end system. Okay, so I've got to remember, we are going... Oh no. OBH. That's where we were mining, right? OBV. 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 This one is? Nope. What Mad Dog's talking about when you get disoriented in this thing. AB. Okay. So we were there. We came in here. Right. That's the dead end. Going this way. Gotta put down structures as flags just so I know where I went. Drop them like breadcrumbs. They're talking about in FanFest, apparently. FanFest is the player event for EVE Online that they do every year in Iceland. And they're doing a preview video for this game, and they had the sound cranked up, and the coil guns went off, and it shook the walls. And that's the alpha build of this game. I love it. Alright, anything... Oh no, we're already in the system. Oh no. Is this the system I felt like I was gonna die in? I feel like I need to hop this. I'm afraid to go into critical again. I don't know what it does. That's the first time I've ever seen it. When you're jumping, it doesn't let you go into critical. It stops you. It tells you this will put you into critical damage. Am I making a mistake? Is the star just that hot? Oh, I'm already overheating. Oh boy. cooling off. Okay, that's good. Like a pulsar in this system? What the heck is this thing? M9 star. I don't know stars well enough to know what that means. Yellow orange. Okay, so no. Be a pretty standard star, just a big long jump. You'll notice that this game uses light seconds. EVE Online uses AU. They went away from AU because AU has to do with it's an Earth-based measurement, whereas light seconds is universal. You know how far light travels in a second. So they changed their nomenclature to disconnect it from the Earth origin of the EVE Online universe. Man, that heat is just climbing and climbing and climbing. You see it before I jump. Notice the big superstructure remains next to the gate. There's a lot of things like that, so you can set up ambushes at gates and things like that if you want to. Alright, this is a new system. Let's see what we got in here. Turned around. Location module debris. It's a loot site. Tower ruins, also a loot site. You are starting the game out. You are building your, what do they call them? Frameworks, maybe? Components. Yeah, frames. So when you're building your frames in the beginning for your Corvettes, Nomad program frame, those require the fossilized exotronics, which you can find from these drifting tower ruins. I thought I saw one of the other ones here too, and the communications module debris. Pretty easy sites to get through. I'm sure they drop in other places, but those should be survivable as a new player. Alright. That destination there. Do a big loop here. Try not to get lost. I mean, it's a big circle. I guess how lost can I get, but, you know, never know. I should knock on wood and not. We're not just flying around aimlessly here. I'm kind of looking. I'm looking to see if I have the basic building blocks in these sets of systems that I could put down a little temporary base and build myself some guns and stuff and go try taking out some drones. So far I have not seen any carbonous ore, which is what would be required for that, and I have not seen... Well, there's carbon rock debris. Okay, so there's one of the things we need. I don't think I've seen like the ferrous. Okay, more carbon. I need the metal as well for like building ammunition and stuff like that, as the autocannons eat ammunition like you would not believe. Metal rich. Okay. Well, that's good. That's one of the things we've been looking for. I have seen some common ore. That's also necessary. We'll go check out this dead end system. It's good to know. E18. We might be able to set up a temporary base there. I don't want to put too much effort into it. I don't want to build anything permanent. I want to be able to make some money, buy some lenses, and make my way back towards my base before it goes dormant. Alright, what do we got here? It looks like we got quite a few sites here. Oh, Enclave, that sounds scary. Okay, so that Mingle Convoy is a loot site. That might be useful if we start building some stuff. A few loot sites. A drone nest. This minor drone nest was not so minor. That's what killed my previous Reaver. I killed like 20 or 30 of them. And then got a wave spawn of 6 when the largest one before that had been 4. And it was a little more than my little ship could handle. I was trying armor tanking at the time. And like EVE Online, armor modules, rep at the end of the cycle. And I only had like, I'm trying to remember how much it was, 750, something like that armor HP. And the armor module reps 300 at a time every 15 seconds. And so I was trying to like pre-plan a third of my armor, or more than a third of my armor, I guess, to land at post 15 seconds when you've got wave spawning enemies and stuff like that. It was really, really difficult to manage. So I think this next time, I think I'm going to try shield tanking and see if I like it more. If it's anything like EVE Online, shield tanking reps apply at the beginning of the cycle, and then you just have a cooldown period before you can activate it again. So at least if it's applying at the beginning of the cycle, if it's a huge chunk like that, I can kind of manage that a little bit better. Where I'm like, alright, I'm down 250, start the cycle, rep it back to full. Because the other problem was that it uses a lot of capacitor, and your capacitor is also used to warp. And so I was using a ton of capacitor, and then was stuck in a position where I couldn't warp, and I think ultimately that's what killed me. Don't have to go into the map to jump, I'm just kind of trying to monitor where I am, and if I already checked the system, and if I'm already in there, I might as well just jump in the map. So we have found all the building blocks we need, but I just kind of want to survey the whole area. It's not going to take a lot of fuel because everything's connected by gates over here. And we might just find a better place to set up a temporary base. You know, maybe with some loot sites or something like that that we can use as building materials in addition to just mining. We already have seen some loot points. And we were talking about the base building a little bit earlier. Oh, there's more here. What is over here? There's 2 objects, so there's probably nothing. Yeah. Oh, it's natural. These L points, the range points, the peaks of orbits of the different orbital bodies that are in this system. These are the places where you can plant your flag. That's where you can put your network node. And right now they're only placeable on 0 at the L points. And as far as we know, well, they're only placeable on 0, I guess. Once it's down, then you can't have someone else place on there. They need to then go find their own L point. Look at this heat. Oh, it's almost done. Ooh, that makes me nervous because I don't know what it does. When all of my screens start saying critical, it scares me. Especially since it's still increasing. Ugh, there it goes. But still trying to figure out what they're going to do about like shared structures, corp structures, whatever it happens to be, whatever form they take. Like I said, that I don't think they've really metal rich, natural, surveyors. Metal rich. Crumbling mining platform. This is a good site. They have like, they look like dormant drones, and they turn into frigates, and the maximum you can get is 3, because there's 3 dormant drones, but I don't think the first one ever triggers. So you should only get 2, and you only get 1 at a time. So it's a very manageable site if you're early on, and you can get some decent drop of ore through them. Like I was getting like 900 M3 of ore from the drops. But right now, to join and leave a corporation, you have to go to one of the keeps. And if you're way, way far out, I look at the map here, you know, so there's a collection of keeps over there. But what if you're like way out here? You know, it seems pretty unreasonable to me that to create or join a corporation, you would then have to travel all the way back over here to make that happen. So, I think right now that's just a legacy carryover from EVE Online, because that is a requirement in EVE Online. You have to be in a station, player, or NPC to create or join a corporation. And then that serves as the headquarters for that corporation. But I don't think that fits with the structure of this game. But I don't think that's a long-term plan for them. Ancient Automated Forge. That sounds super cool, and I have no idea what it is. I've never seen that before. Do I want to check it out? Ancient Automated Forge. That makes it sound to me like it's still functioning. We'll pop in and look at it. Scared, but we'll look at it. There's a lot of sites in this. Normally when I do these, you see moons and stuff like that. These are just a lot of sites. This is a fairly good system. Oh. Thank you, Slovers. 4 turrets, they don't do much damage. Mostly miss. Okay. That's good to know. Is it good? Like, should I care about it? Didn't find any loot. Okay. We'll circle back to that. That's good to know, though. The turret stuff normally isn't too bad. There's the one... Did you kill the turrets? Because in one of the sites, that's what you have to do. You have to kill the turrets. And then you can loot everything. I'm trying to remember the accelerator platforms. In the accelerator platforms, you destroy... They have too much HP. Okay. In the accelerator platforms, you destroy the online sentry to it, and then they blow up in like one hit from a mining laser, and then the shield drops, and you can loot everything in there. I am not stranded. Well, not yet. We managed to get out, barely. It was actually a pretty close call because I logged in and started looking through the systems for carbon ore, which we needed to make fuel. And I found one carbon ore site in the entire chain of gates. And it had been almost mined out to depletion. I didn't even get a full tank of fuel off of it before it was completely mined out the rest of the way. But it did give us enough fuel to start jumping to another area. And when we were on the way, we found an untouched carbon ore site. And we were able to save ourselves that way. If you have 24/7 carbon in your system, either one, you just could have a lot of it. Or two, I'm guessing you're still in a starter system, because they should respawn instantly in a starter system. Let's see what we got in this system. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Metal rich. Surveyors. This is what I'm talking about. Normally when I see a big stack, I see a lot of moons or something like that, not just a ton of sites. Moons. Moons. Abandoned processing plant, my favorite loot site. Don't want to carry them around everywhere right now. Over here with us. The planet. Okay. You're not in a starter system. Interesting. Well, you're lucky then. That or you found one of the systems like I found yesterday that had like 80 ore sites in it. That was a jump drive jump away from my base, and had I known it was there, I probably would have set up in that system. Felt really silly. It was a super short hop. Need Founder Edition to start playing. No. The cheapest one is all you need to start playing. Don't feel like you have to spend the $100. The difference is that the most expensive one gives you 4 months of premium game time when the game goes live. Right now, buy any package and you'll have access until the game goes live. But the higher level the packages that you go, the higher amount of premium game time you'll have when the game goes live. There will be a free-to-play option like EVE Online, but they're still working out the mechanics of that. But there'll be a Plex-like system like EVE Online. Just in case you are going to buy, there's a referral link. I don't actually know what it gets us yet, but normally it gets both people rewards. Can you set down multiple base claim nodes? Yes. As many as you have resources for. You can claim as many as you want. There's currently no limit. So that's what replaces the skill system in this. The replaced skill system is you just build more. Like whatever you have resources for is what you can do. This is an interesting orbit on this thing. That's really disorienting. Shipyard ruins. Ruined processing plant. That's a good one for ore looting. Remarkable. Oh, this is the one. Oh, no, that's not the one. There's a rift. We can jump in there just to show people. Oh, there's another abandoned processing. Rocky. Natural. So there's some common ore. The rest are really cool. I like going into them and looking at them. Look at all the ruins around this. Like, clearly, there was some sort of structure here previously, and all that's left is the gate. It's so hard, we don't know. We don't know what happened. The apocalypse, obviously, but... a Walking Dead in space over here. So I love the effect. Look at how this planet looks through the cloud. Looks so cool. So this is an old fissure rift. There are old and young ones. Look at the distortion of the star. I love how this stuff looks. But these are what generate crude. And crude is what's required to fly all the bigger ships. So without crude, you can't pilot anything bigger than a Corvette. Okay, so we are coming down this way. We'll go to this system next. We definitely have everything we want in this area, but might as well know what we have access to. Since I am building a few things, it'll make sense to loot like the processing plants and stuff. So we will be looking at more than just mining, because I want to build. Right now I only have mining lasers and like a basic hull repairer and stuff. I'd like to build some shields. I'd like to build some autocannons. And I think I'm limited to autocannons right now because the portable printer only does autocannons. I really want to try coil guns from what I've simulated. Because this does have the... There it goes. The simulator from EVE Online. You can just click the simulate button and then you can start playing with the different modules and stuff and see what you like. And the coil guns look the best to me, so I want to try those next. Able to show how fighting looks like? Yeah. Let me see if I can find Tower ruins, convoy, yard. I had to find something that this ship can take on. They don't even have weapons. I don't have guns on it, I should say. It might be... I can't remember if there's any... Auto rich. Okay. Let me try this drifting tower run. Or the communications module. I think one of them might have like one rat net. Let's see. Well, I just, you know, instead of spending 30-45 minutes trying to build stuff, if it's a single rat, we should be able to kill it. This is mostly a loot site. So, wreck superstructure. And I mean superstructure. I mean, look at the size of this thing compared to us. That's 10 kilometers away. The farthest one's 29. But if I look at this on tactical view, 40, 30, 35, 40 kilometers across. I think it's big. Alright, looting some stuff, see if one shows up. Oh. But they're a little sneaky when they show up at first. They might look like just a little triangle like that in the distance. And then as they start locking you, they'll turn yellow. And by the time they're firing, they turn red. But you still have some of the fighting mechanics with EVE Online if you're familiar with that right now. You have like orbit up, keep it distance, things like that. And we can do the same thing here. Approach, orbit, keep it range, lock, fossilized. And you can double click in space. So it's hard to see in that view. You see the blue line here in my tactics. That is the path that I just created by double clicking in space. So I can manually pilot in that sense. The response time is about a quarter second. But then there's the actual mechanical response of the ship. So, you know, there is some adjustment as that happens. The ship kind of moves in like a drifting type fashion, you know. It's already got a thrust vector in one direction, so as you try and turn, it's still pushing in that direction as you turn. That in there. These are like little actual wrecks that are next to the edge of this thing, so it's hard to tell what side they're on. Must be on this side with how close it is. Some of these have rats that are in hiding, so you don't see them until you trigger the hiding spot. Because if there was, for example, if there was a rat sitting on the back side over here, or another player, we would not see them. And if it's a player, they wouldn't see us, because we're blocked by this structure. We wouldn't be able to shoot each other. You know, we wouldn't be able to see each other, and that includes in this tactical view. Like, I could look all the way around this and see the physical lootable objects. But sometimes even in this tactical view, when you first go into it, you might not see a loot container. You might have to manually fly around. This one, they're pretty obvious. You know, you got 4 of them when you fly in. But there's another site that I've done that there was a loot container about 100 kilometers into the site, and I didn't see it until I was almost on top of it. Didn't even know it was there. I was just exploring. These fossilized exotronics are like the core of the ship, basically, that you have to make. It takes 10 of them for the corvettes. So I'd already replaced the core, but there's a lot of extra pieces. And then even these, when you look at them, you know, 12,500 kilos per item, and mass affects your ability to jump. So as you loot stuff and add stuff to your cargo container, you know, that puts you in a position where you've got to figure out, you know, pay extra fuel to jump with it. Obviously, we don't have a lot of space right now because we've got a lot of fuel in the hold. Alright, so I'm not seeing any rats in this site. I thought there was some in one of them, so let's try. Oops, that was too far. Let's try the communications. Oh, no, maybe the convoy. I think the convoy might have one. Convoy's another loot site. My other favorite thing that I found in this game is there are mummified corpses in some loot sites. This mangled convoy is one of them that can have some. And in the refinery, there's actually resources you can get specifically for refining the mummified corpses. And it just makes me want to collect corpses because they're useful. They have a purpose. So far you can't refine player corpses. I collected one of my own just to see if I could. Corpse. It's an oil wreck. Let's see one yet. Hauler wreck. Haulers are good normally. But yeah, these mummified clones, you can refine them in the refinery. You get resources out of them. There's 2 hauler wrecks in here. Look at this gas cloud. I didn't even know this was here at first. Dust cloud, I guess, whatever. So there might be a rat sitting inside of this. There could be a player sitting in there. I'll take Urbanus, I guess. Fit it all. Yeah, I'll fit it all. Inside of it now so I can see it a little bit better, but I just like those little details. I can't fit it all. We'll jettison ore if we have to. Not worried about the weight right now because we're not using our jump drive. Locations. I guess I did see one of the sites earlier that would guarantee me a rat, so if need be, we'll circle back around that way because they also drop a lot of ore. Ooh. Relay wreckage. Relay wreckage. Relay wreckage. Usage EVE token exchange for game money. They haven't even released the white paper on the EVE token, so a lot of that is kind of nebulous right now. We don't really know what the EVE token exactly will be like, other than it will essentially be a replacement for Plux, and it will be the currency that exists outside of the game. So it will be the exchanger between real world currency or cryptocurrency and the in-game economy in game. But they will have value in the game just like Plex does, because whatever quantity gets you the monthly subscription will be roughly equivalent to a monthly subscription for the game. Any big stations? Yeah, we were in one earlier. So these keeps are massive. Let me open the image here, see if it shows you scale. 96 kilometer long access. They're pretty big. Like, this is the undock point right there in the center. So when we started the stream, we were inside of this. But that is not a player structure. Essentially, they're like a trade hub. They're the only market in the game. And these little red dots are the only ones that are in the game. And each one of these, like if you were to look at this in EVE Online, you know, you would have a whole bunch of stations in a single system. Pretty much all these that I've seen only have one, and you see they're limited. They have fitting, market, and repair shop. A little bit of storage. You can store 5 ships and like 1.7 million 1.7 million cubic meters, which will probably go down, honestly. Nothing like Jita. Nothing. Anything like Jita would have to be player created. That's part of the rebuilding civilization. There's nothing as established as that. And I mean, really, players created Jita somewhat as well. So that was also driven by, you know, the sandbox nature of Eve and people congregating there. I mean, it was a seed place, you know, from the beginning of the game, but just the centrality of it. And, you know, I don't know about launch, but Caldari has been recently one of the most popular races to create characters as, so that could have fed into it as well. Right now, it'd be extremely difficult to be a trader. Apparently, there's a lot of things that you can't sell right now. And last time I played, you only got 10 trade slots to sell. And there's not a concentration of players around those stations. That being said, there's other ways that people have found to trade. Like, if you rush up and get higher level ships, you can offer fuel delivery, because you'll actually be able to jump further and do more than, you know, some of those other people. Oh, this the system we're just in. You know, or through smart contracts. If you start working with the Solidity stuff and set up a D app, you can actually set up things like vending machines with the smart storage units. So you could have things like exchanging fuel for ore or something like that, and set it up like a vending machine. I'm not near our base right now, or I could show you some of the kind of the back end, but compared to trying to make an app for EVE Online inside your smart storage unit, you can see every single item ID for everything that's stored in it. So if you were trying to reference that, you know, in Solidity, you wouldn't have to go looking for it. You could just store it in your storage unit, and, you know, then you would know what those IDs are already. And a processing plant. There's a couple of them in here. That's solid. Remarkable asteroid. Surveyors. We're not doing the drone nest. That's what killed my last one of these ships. I think our last system in this area that we haven't looked at yet. I need to do some, because currently ratting is the only way to make money, but it's not through bounties, it's through, like, basically a system core that they drop, and those are purchased by NPCs at the keep. And it's currently the only consistent way to make money. Like, there could be some players that put it by orders, but nobody has a lot of, well, not nobody. Not very many people have much money. So players putting it by orders is pretty unlikely right now. Surveyors. Okay, so here's carbon, natural. Oh, that sounds scary. Domination cluster. Just build in this system. Map, how central is this? I'm really enjoying it personally. I'm having a lot of fun with it. And like this bubble here around the system, this is representing my ability to use my jump drive. So any ship other than the starting ship, the shuttle has a jump drive. This is not technically my whole range because they have a heat mechanic now. But right now this cycle just started, so we're only a couple of days in. Right now their next planned wipe I think is August 13th or 15th or something like that. It's mid-August, and that's kind of the cadence that they're trying to be on every 2 months or so, every 2 to 3 months. They do a total wipe, do a big content release, and then send out another, well, not send out, but, you know, let players get back in and start playing with that new content. And each time that they've done that, they've made significant changes. I haven't really seen much carbon here. Is this the only place we've seen carbon? This is the most central. Let me jump back up to there. No, 100% of everything's wiped. There's no loyalty points in the game either. I mean, I guess I don't know what they're going to do with referral bonuses, but I'm guessing it'll be like something cosmetic or whatnot. The only other differences between the packages someone was asking earlier, if we look at the player icons here in Corp Chat, so these like digital looking ones, that's the cheap package. This basic clone here is the middle one, and then this more detailed looking clone, that is the like ascended package or whatever it is. Awakened, Ascended, it's something else. By the way, if anyone is on Twitch and does want to play with us, like as the group, there's a link down below the stream for the Discord, and that is not like my streaming Discord or anything. That is just for the group that has been playing Frontier together. Well, there's the abandoned processing site. Thank you, Gabrino. Sorry if I got that wrong for the follow. Tower ruins. Scared the hell out of me too, by the way. I was like, what is happening? Am I dying? I jumped quite a bit. And thank you, Lag, for the follow as well. Get it. Thank you, Sweet Callie Bursog. Wow, that's a good one. Sweet Callie Bursog. That's my best guess. If it's wrong, blame my old eyes that are not that old, but they feel old. It doesn't matter if it's Twitch names or real life names. Pronunciation is not my strong suit. People say I say bagel wrong, so doing my best here. My brother used to make fun of me growing up. He would say I add random accents to words. It's like, I don't do it on purpose. I don't know why. It just happens. We had a processing plant in the previous system. Okay. That's the end of that. The end system was pretty good. I remember one of these three being really good too. I just don't want to cart a bunch of ore around. That sounds like a pain in the butt. And a waste of time. If we can kind of centralize ourselves a little bit. Plus, before we leave, we'll end up having to make more fuel too, so. So the basic structures... Oh, it's going to close this because I'm warping. But the basic structures you just put down with ore. So it's like 50 common, 50 metal, or 50 carbonous. And those structures, they're temporary. They last 3-4 days. 3 days, 14 hours, something like that. And as long as you interact with them, they refresh. But they're not meant to be a live-in base. They are meant to be a quick stop. I don't know if you're still here, Mad Dog, but this is why I need notes directly on system names. Because then I can put in notes. Okay, so this has carbon, metal rich, more carbon. There doesn't seem to be anyone really actively here. I did find carbon in another system. Oh, that's either this one or this one, but we did have an abandoned processing plant here. It might be all the carbon, though, in this area. And go figure, carbon is a basic building block in this game for a lot of things. There it goes. Off the bubble. Alright. I like this system. Looks kind of cool. There's a mess of stuff in the center. Alright. Not that much stuff. Tell me anything, does it? No. I don't want to check out the surveyor sites because I have a feeling it might be a more reasonable site for us to take on, but I would like to have some shields before we do that. Okay, executive decision time. I think the most promising this end system down here is interesting because I might even be able to get back to the keep from there. Yeah, that might be a stretch. Might be a stretch. I don't know that I could jump down to this set of stars over here. Maybe if I came this way. But that's not where we set up our fill depot either. We had the other ore we needed right here, I believe. And we had an abandoned processing plant. I had some more of those over here too. Let's... Oh, let's not waste the fuel. I'm just going to kind of go the long way back and make sure that that's what we want to do. Oh, no, that's not helpful. Unfortunately, too, our cargo hold's full right now, so we definitely need to drop some stuff off before we can do much. Certainly not abandoning the fuel after we worked so hard to get it. Just because we can make more isn't the point. Also, and there does seem to be some finite amount of resources in some places, so The off chance another group comes in and takes a bunch of stuff away. The whole reason for this trip was to make some money. I've been on the path to make money for like 7 hours and I haven't made a single penny. Welcome to a survival game, huh? Easier to make money in 7 days to die. Just gotta find the weird dude in the swamp that has a shop. I'm curious to see where they go with the base building too, and how much creativity the base building gets to allow for. You know, how much modularity, like the shields versus armor on the ships and stuff like that. I always have trouble in games like Minecraft, where, don't get me wrong, I like Minecraft as a game, but I get kind of lost at a point and I'm like, I don't know what I want to do next. Money is only a means to an end right now. It is only useful because the only way I can get that lens is from the NPC market. There's a few things that have been posted up by players, but you know, when it takes you, oh, this is where we're gonna overheat again. This makes me nervous every time. Please don't blow up my ship. You know, the means to the end of getting the lens, simply because you can't loot it, you can't buy it any other way. Like, if players are selling it, it's because they bought it and resold it. You know, they didn't pick it up from a site or anything like that. And it's an intentional game mechanic. It's their way of creating kind of a money sink in the game. And I'm not sure if there's any other things they'll do that with, you know. That remains to be seen. But right now, that's the only thing that's really worth sinking your money into. And so as long as you have those lenses and have bought a couple of them. Oh, perfect. If you're still here, Gab, and you wanted to see some combat, this site has a little bit of combat, and this ship can handle it. But yeah, from like a progression standpoint, once I have those lenses, as long as I have enough to keep me going, money is just a number on a piece of paper that I don't really have anything to do with. Like, it doesn't cost money to maintain your structures, it doesn't cost money to put them down. You don't have to like pay to keep your claim. This giant bad boy here is, well, one, freaking massive. But I kind of like this site because all the loot spots are up through the center. So we'll snake our way up through this. And some number of these, as you go, turn into rats and you just get a single rat, but they're full of ore. Must be close to the star. See, my heat's increasing. You can't manufacture them. The ones for crude. The ones that I'm using to mine ore are super simple, easy to manufacture. It takes a very little effort to make the ones that I'm using to do ore. But the ones that you need to do crude They are a thing you have to purchase with in-game money. There is no way around it. Oh, it disappeared. Did that become a rat? Yes, it did. Alright, so got a rat. It is being a little spicy. Thankfully he has no shields. Okay, and the graphics still need some work, obviously. But you can see we're shooting him with the mining lasers. Repair a little bit of the hull. So the mining lasers do damage. He is... No, it's next over there, but... There you go. He is out. He's down. So right now the combat is a little similar to EVE Online, but... If I was to... Well, I can't go through that, but if I was to snake around behind the structure, for example, and he was still on this side, he wouldn't be able to shoot me anymore. Yeah, good loot. So previously, when I played before, these 3 crystals were used to make the higher level mining crystals. But so far, from what I've heard, nobody has found the blueprints to do those. And I say that lightly because blueprints are kind of tied into the structure. But they're not currently buildable from what we've seen. I kind of want to swap out for some of this stuff. But I don't want to drop the fuel. Come back to this site. But yeah, so we're not sure quite yet what these will be used for. Alright, fine. I will jettison the fuel for now. I will take what I can out of it. So that'll give us enough to get started. There's a little bit of it. We can come back to it. If we want to. Since I already have what I need, I'm just going to come straight down here, I think. Well, further away. This is more central. That's fine. There's better resources here. Go down here. We'll set up a little base to get started in this area. If I were to keep going up through this site, I would probably get more of these guys to activate and we could fight them, but my cargo hold's full anyways, so not a lot of reason for that. This is dropping an ore, and that's all fine and well, but I need to kill guys that are going to drop the drone cores, or whatever they're called, feral data cores. Good old feral drones. So we'll put down a refinery because we'll end up needing that. We'll put down a printer this time, which we did not put down before because I'm going to need to build a couple of things. I'll put down a refuge because I'll need to refit the ship, and we'll kind of put down all the basic stuff that we can make a portable base out of. We're not going to put down anything permanent. We're not going to try and put down a network node or anything, I think. Let's see, but I think we'll try without all that stuff. I think we'll just try putting down a portable base. This asset window over here, this is all the stuff that we've dropped so far in various different systems. You can see we dropped in several. The keep is the only one that I can see inside of, so I have a few things inside the keep. Alright, so I just gotta pick a spot. Oh, apparently we're gonna be on the sun, apparently. Oh, those timers. Every time those timers start beeping, I'm like, what is going on? Alright, so we got the natural, the carbon, the metal was next door. I'll set up on the carbon. That's what we need to make fuel if we decide to make more fuel. Yeah, I've just been kind of exploring. My destination system that I got to last night was this keep over here. But I got to this keep, and this collection of gated systems has been absolutely decimated. There was like no resources in there, and when I was looking at it from my previous home, I didn't do enough investigating, and I thought these stars were kind of all connected, so I thought this was actually a big set of systems, and it turned out to be a little bit of a wasteland. So I started moving around looking for a place I could, you know, actually... Oh. Someone else has been here. Are they still here? I don't like that. Let's look at the comment or. Don't want someone to log in on top of me. But yeah, so I've been trying to kind of find a spot where I could set up some basic combat stuff and go do some sights and try and get some loot that I could sell so I could get my lenses, because I've been seeing the crude all over the place. And the fuel is useful for more than just the ship. The fuel is more efficient to be used to, you know, run the network nodes and stuff like that, so... Oh, and someone's here. I don't like that. I'm out. I'm out. We're gonna go to the other system. Go where the other carbon ore deposit is. I am not about being on top of these people. Hopefully there's not a bunch of people in this other one too. I think there was at least 2 carbon deposits in that system. That one system's on the end, down kind of on the edge, so there could be some people that kind of entered this region through there. I'm surprised how little looting I've seen here. Like, I figured there was some people around, because if no one's been in the system, you'll get a notice about the system kind of waking up. And we weren't getting any of those notices, so I figured people had been around here, but active people was less happy. Thought I saw something else. Wait. I was also looking to see, so all these stars that you see in the sky are not cosmetic. That might be fine right there, actually. Great. You saw that straight line in the sky right there before we jumped. That's the actual path of the stars that we're taking. That's where our destination is going. So we're jumping through this gate to one of these stars, and then we'll go between those two stars. And that'll be the system we're going to. It's not just there for show. Cool. Not accidentally going to the wrong system here. I did like that other system too, because it had the metal rich ore next door, and it had the abandoned processing plant. But if there's that many active players there, that processing plant might already be empty. Such a big Stargate.
I need a change in my life because I don't feel alive and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute. I'm about to quit my job, cash
metal rich. At least this one has the metal in it. We'd only have to travel for the common ore. Not too bad. Didn't even need that much common ore, I don't think. Hopefully. Not a crowded site. I'm debating pushing through, but I seem to be getting too late for that. Can't just stay up all night long anymore as easily. Takes some real effort. Okay, I'm definitely not seeing as much here. Nothing. Absolutely empty. Alright, we're gonna use this site. We all set up here. Already in range. Alright, so we'll start building. So, most basic. Want some refineries. Probably multiple, but start with. Let's see what else. Common. Carbonaceous. Common. Oh, so that's carbon to metal. Okay. So we'll put down at least 2 refineries. Down some storage. Down a refuge so we can refit our ship. Right click, you can rotate them. And then we're going to put down printer, build some things. Now I could always put down more. Like if I put down, like that's why I put down 2 refineries so that we could refine faster. You know, I could, well, an additional refuge doesn't really help you, but I can put down multiple printers to print stuff faster. In fact, we will put one more down. You can see the refuge kind of building over here, which I think is kind of cool. Process of it being put together. Looking for our storage. Let's look at the printer here. I have not looked at it at all this stream. So, blueprints are just automatically in here. So the blueprints, the things that you can make, are tied to the structure. So in this portable printer, these are the only things that we can make. This is like that program frame that's what I was talking about for the core that we make out of these fossilized ones. So Reflex is an exploration corvette, but if I tried to build another ship right now, it would just end up being left behind. So we're not going to try and do that. But we are going to build a shield generator. Require some circuits and some carbon weave. That'll take some work. We will also make a couple of autocannons, just simple ones, so they're just common or metal rich. I'll be able to start that in just a second here. We got ammo, which will take some heavy metals. So that's kind of essentially what we're going to build. We're going to build a shield generator, which will go into... so the blueprints are in inside the different structures. So like right now I just put down a portable printer. If you put down a small printer, that has an expanded list of blueprints. And then inside our base stuff, we also have what's called an assembler under industry. And the assembler makes tons of modules. Like right now I can just make a basic autocannon, but in the assembler you can make the coil gun, you can make the disintegrator, you can make the autocannon, you can make armor tank, shield taking modules, resistances, reppers, all kinds of different stuff. So the assembler gives you quite a bit of different stuff, and then you have shipyards for building the ships based on the size. And then you can see we've got different sizes of printers. We've got a small printer, we've got a medium printer, and we've got a large printer. So each one, you know, as they go up in size, require more resources. No, they're not an inventory. They're just like, if you build the structure, that structure is capable of producing certain things. So right now, as they currently have the system, there are no separate blueprints. Like if you're familiar with EVE Online, you're not researching or buying a blueprint or anything like that. You are just using a structure, and that structure is capable of doing certain things. So, start working on circuits. That's going to require us to refine. Oh, autocannons. 24. And we don't have enough common ore. That's 58, right? Oh, we have just enough. So we'll start building our autocannons, and you'll see this takes 5 minutes to build those 2 autocannons. And this is why we've put down another printer so that I can go and work on other stuff. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, then even... So like with all of these, I could right click, dismantle the cargo container, and it'll just go back into being 50 ore. And right now that's true for all the structure items. So like this one takes 10 building films to make. If I built this and I decided I didn't like where it was, or I wanted to move my base, I just disassemble it, bring it back into its basic building blocks, and then move those building blocks to a new location and rebuild it. We're going to need some metal for the ammo. Start refining that. Again, there's a time for stuff to refine. That's why we've got multiple refineries going. Oops, that is the wrong formula. I'm going to mine more here, but just trying to be a little efficient with our time. Like that. Fuel. And our second printer. I don't think I can start anything quite yet. So carbon weave takes a lot of carbon. So it'll take us a little while, but it makes 14 in a stack. And printed circuits, silicates, and some carbonous materials. I guess we're already doing that. So actually what I'm going to do instead, try and save some time if possible. I'm going to empty this out. We're going to go back to that abandoned processing plant and see if we can't get anything out of it, because that would be a way faster way to get materials. Was in this system 1. And like these structures can certainly be destroyed, but if I look at this portable printer, 12,000 shield HP, 6,000 structure, 6,000 armor. So compared to my 1900 structure that I have and the probably like 50 DPS that I can do with these two cutting lasers, it takes some effort to destroy them, and there's not a lot of payoff for doing it. So are they vulnerable? Yes. Is someone likely to come along and destroy it just for fun? Probably not. It's not to say that won't change over time as you get more powerful players and stuff, but right now I'm not too worried about it. I'm much more worried about the ship itself getting attacked. Because as you've noticed this whole time, other than the start of the stream, I haven't been docked. You know, there is nowhere to dock. I can't dock my ship. If I'm manufacturing, I'm in space. If I'm refining, I'm in space. Mining, ratting, exploring. You know, you don't do anything from dock. You're exposed every time you do anything. You know, you can build a base, you can put defensive turrets on it and stuff, and have something that might help defend you. But, you know, there's no safety net unless you log off. Alright, let's see here. Abandoned processing plant. First try. That doesn't happen very often. Tower, we don't need any of those. Unremarkable, no. What I'm hoping is that we can just loot some carbon weave. This abandoned processing plant. It will save us a ton of time. Alright. Oh, this isn't a very big one. Chances seem to have decreased. But there was other one a few jumps away. So if this one's not it, we'll follow the path down to the other one, check it. I mean, there's definitely opportunities to find hidey holes. We're going slow right now, so... I mean, look at how big this universe is. And this is only a quarter of the size. Ignore this dot out here. This is like the dev system. There's no way you can get to that. But this is only about a quarter of the size of what they're talking about the final universe being. It's about 24,500 systems. The final universe is supposed to have over 100,000. And EVE Online has 7,800, including wormhole systems. So, substantial increase in scale when you talk about the size of this universe. And, you know, survival game / civilization simulator, that's one of the things that CCP kind of wants to see develop over time is how do we, the players, develop the universe. Okay, so this is good. This means it probably hasn't been looted much. I'm gonna leave this thermal composite behind, I think. Well, I'll loot it for now. That's the only container that it would be really silly not to loot it. This is just much easier to build. We can build anything faster than carbon weave, so... Later, Gab. Thanks for stopping by. I probably won't play too much longer because I'm starting to get tired. It's almost 5 in the morning, but thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Anyone's on Twitch, by the way, there's a link to our Discord if you want to join us and play with us. Just a couple of us from my EVE Online Corp. Okay, nothing in there. Maybe someone came through and hit the carbon weave. It's hard to say what we'll end up doing in this game because we don't even know what this game will look like in the end. But I'm along for the journey. And I'm enjoying it so far, so... we will see where it goes. And I think it's kind of funny. I was just kind of planning to do this thing for fun, but I think this stream will get me affiliate. So, we'll see where that goes. Looking for a job right now anyways. Maybe I'll become Twitch for a while. I might not be the best streamer out there, but I know not a lot of people are playing this. And there's definitely an audience for it. We'll see how it goes. It would be a new thing for me if it happens, so. Done a little streaming in the past, but it's always hard to pick like the right game that has enough engagement and interaction with the audience. And it's a tough balancing act. So it looks like we're going to be able to loot this whole site. Whether or not there's anything in here, get what we can. Alright, then we can go jump this off and check out the other one. Okay. So that is good, but I do want to see some urban weave. Anything else here? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, don't need anything else from here. Where is... refresh my assets view here. There we go. We'll go drop this stuff off because our cargo hold's almost full. And then we'll go look for the other one to see if we can just loot our carbon weave. Hoping we can try at least one redding site tonight. I haven't really tried much since the other than the drone nest, just some of the smaller things. So it'll be interesting to check some of them out. Feel a little risk adverse after being slapped around in the previous one, but gotta do it at some point. And you gotta try different sites or you never find the stuff you need, so I haven't tried very many yet. Gotta keep looking. I'm sure most of my guys in EVE Online are like, what are you doing? Come back and play EVE. Like, yeah, to me this is a little more entertaining. I don't do much in EVE anymore. I'm the CEO, so I kind of play EVE through Discord for the most part. So it's kind of fun to get back into playing something like this. And I just got kind of sick of the cycle in EVE with the, you know, I've got 6 premium accounts over there and I wish I didn't feel like I needed them. And this game, they're intentionally trying to design it with, you know, difficult or impossible to multi-box, and I'm all for that. please make a game that doesn't make me feel like I have to have 5, 6, 10, 12, whatever accounts to have a good time. You know, even with like World of Warcraft and stuff, obviously you're not playing, well, I mean some people might be, but generally speaking you're not playing multiple accounts at the same time, but you know, you still have that feel, that need to like create a bunch of max level characters and stuff, so you can be more flexible for raiding and dungeon running and stuff like that. I just want to be a player that does things. I don't want to have to feel like I have to count swap and stuff like that just to have a good time in a game. Okay, so our guns are done. That'll refined. Won't make us very much ammo, but okay. Sure. Alright, so let's start with ammo. That running. I think ammo, I should add that to my feedback. I feel like ammo takes too long to build for how much you have to use. There's some people complaining about this game not being multi-box friendly, and most of us are like, yay, please. Okay, what are we looking at here? Good circuits. Carbonus, silicon, and how many do we need? We needed... We need 4. Yeah, whatever, we'll just dump it all in here. Or, well, the downside of doing that is it's gonna lock my materials in, but I'm gonna go fly around a bit, so I'll start at that. Top off on fuel, and then we're gonna go look for that other abandoned site and see if we can't get our carbon weave that way without having to mine it. I don't remember where it is, but it was somewhere down in here, I think. Might have even been this system. So we're just gonna go down that way. I definitely feel like it's a lot faster to just find them, these abandoned processing plants, as opposed to trying to build them, because I mean, a whole stack of carbon ore will get me 1400, 1500 carbonus, and it's like 3100 to build the carbon weave, so I have to mine a couple of loads. Or maybe it's 800, maybe it's 800 carbonus. That was like 4 or 5 loads mining. Plus I just think it's more interesting to kind of explore around. You know, standard survival game thing. There's only so many trees I want to chop before I just want to go steal it from somebody else. Get that giant system again, aren't I? I guess we haven't died yet, so I'll stop being so nervous about it. Lure me into a false sense of security. But you can kind of see the process. Like, I have more permanent base down, but I had a need, so I went exploring. So I put down temporary base, which, depending on the extent of my exploring and my interaction, then I might end up putting down a new network node and building a more permanent base just because I needed to build stuff that, you know, required higher level blueprints. And if I were to do that, then that stuff that I just looted would definitely be helpful in building it. Those are used. Not really the carbon weave, that's used more in like modules and chips and stuff, but the reinforced alloys and the orange one that I can never remember the name of are both used in putting down structures. That's what I would need to put down my network node if I wanted to kind of start making that again. Paralyzed outpost, that sounds intense. This is that crumbling mining platform we were in before. I could go loot our fuel and stuff, but I'll just fill up our hold. I would rather save it. Wasn't very impressed with the convoy loot. It's a thing to do, but it's not nearly as good. But you can see kind of that like player interaction, you know. We saw 1 or 2 players in this area, but we were still able to spread out and get away from them, and there wasn't a lot of incentive for them to come up to us because they had what they wanted there, so you can kind of create your own space, feel it out. Alright, I think this is where it was. Remarkable. Oh, there's that automated forge we were talking about earlier. The crumbling mining. Paralyzed. Okay, not this system apparently. Decent sites in here. I feel like the surveyors has to be a basic site. I haven't tried running it yet, but I see them more often than anything else, which makes me think they're one of the lowest level sites. I guess the other way might have been faster. Oh, happy Father's Day, by the way, to any fathers. I am not one, but I will be calling mine in a few hours. Next system or two, we should see another one. Alright. There it is. Abandoned processing plant. Let's go see if we can get anything from it. Ground nest. There's another surveyor site. If we can't get anything from it, maybe we'll just pop over to the metal rich ore and grab some ore for our return trip. We can make more ammo because we're gonna burn through it. I guess the downside, since I'm looking at it, is without an assembler, we can't make... It's a little bit bigger than the last one. Without the assembler, we can't make like shield repair modules and stuff. We can only make shield HP. So depending on the sites that we try, that might not be quite enough to keep us going. But we will see. I'm hoping I can find something I can make it work with. Because I don't really want to make the investment of a massive base. But we have definitely looted... Oh, so this one does use carbon weave. Which is very buildable. We could do it. But there's thermal composites. That's the third one. So we already looted the thermal composites. And to put down the assembler, we need 20 reinforced alloys, which we just looted, and 10 more carbon weave. I am apparently just a liar, because I didn't think we used much carbon weave in the base building. Printer S would use reinforced alloys if we have to put that down. Refinery uses reinforced alloys and thermal composites. This refinery is only marginally better. It has some additional... why do we start moving? It has some additional things that you can refine. You know, higher level ores and stuff like that if you can find them or mine them. But it's not all that much better on just refining the regular ores. There is some byproducts that you can get from them. So if you have the refinery on your base, you can get, like, I think it's sulfides or sulfur or something like that, and then you can get feldspar, not Veldspar, feldspar, and it's a component in some of the manufacturing and some other things. But it's a byproduct of refining other ore. Alright. Money, come on. Nothing. Alright, the next one. I feel like I might have checked that earlier, but I don't think I checked this whole site. I'm 95%. I think I just checked one or two of them and then ran away. We didn't have any room anyways. Come on, baby. No, not that one either. Now you can do it. Like, I just want to slide right up in between there. I feel like I should just be able to fly right up that line. Bet that would make... That would probably cause other problems. I'd like get in there and start hitting the walls and be bouncing back and forth and just get stuck. I probably should appreciate that they just close in the box. I do kind of wonder, I guess I haven't really tested it. If you're parked behind there and like not moving, if someone can physically see you behind it. You can't see them in tactical, but I don't know about the physical visual. That would be interesting to try. Because there's obviously visual gaps back to the nebula, so I would expect so. Like, you might not see them on the sensors, but maybe if you're just looking with your eyes, maybe you'll catch something. I mean, impressive little attention to detail for an alpha, in my opinion. But, I mean, part of that could just be the expectations leveled by so many indie studios putting out games. And I'm not saying like all of them are bad or anything, but there's one carbon weave. That's not quite going to cut it. Someone obviously took some of the stuff out of here. But hopefully we can get, hopefully that's the end of what they were able to loot in this site. Maybe it's a little more of these last two. You know, nothing wrong with indie studios or, you know, individuals making games. Like Manor Lords is a fantastic game, and for the most, well, he has a team now, but it started with just a single guy making a game. But you know, the quality level you can get out of a bigger studio, it's not a guarantee, obviously, but they have the resources, they have the people. Okay, well, it's not what we want, but it's still freebies. Okay. Come on, big money, no whammies. Let us get some carbon weave deposits. There'd just be like 40 of them, and that would be amazing. And more than I've ever seen, but that's beside the point.
So enigmatic and charismatic, gotta live static,
this thing took 66 carbon weave, I think, to build. Maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's like 40. Either way, it was still a lot of work just to do like those 40. And then doing the... Oh, well, there's the circuits we were building. Okay, I'll take the circuits and some of that. Oh, we might end up needing more circuits for some other things. Just go back that way in case we see another one. But the hangar, when I built the hangar, took 130 of each. And if you haven't played the game, you don't really have a strong reference for that. But just in comparison, you know, we're like 4 or 5 of them. You know, a couple, small number to build some of these modules and stuff. You know, you need 10 to put down a structure, like not the refinery. The assembler takes 10. We just looked at that, and I think it was the printer took 10. And to build the hangar, it took 130. And fast forward to the Stargate. The hangar takes 2 building foams right now, and the Stargate takes 650. Some people think it's too much, but I don't necessarily think it's too much. I think a Stargate should be a significant investment. I mean, I think the jump range on a Stargate is like 500 light years. It's a pretty significant distance that you can put these player-made Stargates. And I actually suggested maybe they create some flimsier, shorter range ones that are, you know, easier to kill, harder to defend, but don't cost as much. You know, more of something that you might use as a personal or a corp network as opposed to a big regional gate. It's meant to be used by a general player base. I've got a few things in there, but not what I would be looking for. Has the largest EU player base of all time zones. So it shouldn't surprise me that when streaming an Eve game, there's a lot of Eve that would watch. Doesn't matter to me. I'm here, you're here. That's all that matters. Oh wait. Why don't we just loot this one, right? Yeah, we loot. That one's empty. Got excited over nothing. This is kind of one of the fun things that I've always liked about Eve is that, like, when I played WoW when I was in college, I worked kind of late shifts, so I did a lot of my raiding with guys from Australia and stuff like that. But realistically, I really didn't interact with that many people outside of my own group. But Eve is a totally different story. You know, you log on at any time of the day, and you could be playing with anybody from anywhere in the world, and everybody's on one single server, and I think that's part of what makes it special. You know, you get on any other MMO, and you don't have everybody on this single shard universe. You don't have everybody playing in the same space. You know, even if you did, they're like instants away. You don't see the sheer scale and scope of thousands of players coming together to accomplish something or destroy something, or, you know, Ingita troll somebody. It's just a different experience that you don't experience anywhere else. I think it's a really cool experience, and I have a feeling this game will both be that, but will also be like As someone said earlier, finding a hideaway and going off into your corner and having your secret base, you know, I think it will fulfill both roles. Mustaches drive me nuts. If it wasn't a social faux pas to have the beard without the mustache, I would just shave off my mustache. Absolutely drives me insane. Can't stand when stuff tickles my nose. I got way too round of a face to get rid of the beard, so I gotta. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic. I gotta keep the beard, tone down the round face. Alright, let's empty out our storage. So this is only 5,000, and for any of you that like to work off the backs of others, for lack of a better way to put it, the portable storage that I'm using right now, it's actually a bug that other people right now can't steal from it. It is meant to be something that people can run up to and kind of take stuff from it, so it's not meant to be a permanent storage space, whereas the storage that you put down with your base is a different story. People would have to, you know, destroy it or something like that to get into that storage. So it is truly actually secure, as opposed to this, which is just a jettison can that doesn't disappear after 2 hours, it disappears after 4 days. Alright, well, we're going to need to mine carbon since we didn't find carbon weave. Fortunately, this ship cannot not run these two mining lasers simultaneously, or this would go much faster. In that sense, it'll be really nice when we get to cruisers. Not cruisers. Cruisers is a big step up. When we get to frigates, because frigates can actually run these two mining lasers simultaneously. I think if we look at the frigates, I don't think they have too many more high slots. Fittings. Yeah, just 2 on this one, and right now from what I've looked at, this half here is the frigate that I'm looking to go for. Like, compared to what we're flying right now, this has 3 lower power slots, so you'll be able to put multiple tanking modules into there. You know, if you're one of those people that likes to run armor and shield, this ship could run armor and shields. You know, if you're someone that just wants to go all in with armor, all in with shields, you'd be able to do that with this ship. This one used to be called the Val, and this is the one that I really enjoyed the previous game, but they have specialized it a little bit more into like a freighter, so it has no high power slots. That doesn't mean you can't do other things with it, but it does not have any offensive ability whatsoever. You know, you could just do exploration sites without rats and stuff. Yep, this one only has 2 high power slots. That's a destroyer, so that's a whole different class. This one also only has 2. So, a big 3120 cargo hold. Cargo hold becomes very important when you're using the ship for things like mining and stuff too. 3120, that's a freighter. 2080. So yeah, I mean, this is maybe one of the better routing ships, but I'll probably go for either this USV or this half. And then the destroyer. Destroyer has the same size cargo capacity. It has 3 power slots. I think the missile launcher hardpoints are actually legacy from Eve. I don't think refined. I don't think the ships in this are actually going to have, from what we've seen so far, I don't think they're going to have missiles. If you're playing and you haven't figured it out, holding control and clicking up, do 10 at a time. That's kind of a common thing, but so we just did 870 ore. My cargo hold fills up at 990, and we're getting 1,300 carbonus out of it. We need 3,100 just to make one stack of carbon weave. Now it is going to get us additional water so we can make more fuel, so now I don't have to feel bad about that fuel we threw away anymore, but you can see that it does take a decent amount of time to build up this carbon weave. It would have been nice if we could have just looted it, but that's okay. At least we found some. Previously we had some trouble even finding it. We got lots of printed circuits because we looted some of those. We got lots of thermal and reinforced deposits. So like if we wanted to right now, with the exception of the carbon weave, you know, we've got plenty to put down another printer, like a printer S. We've got plenty to put down the permanent refinery. If we had the carbon weave, we'd have plenty to put down the assembler, where we could build some of the more advanced modules. And we'd have enough to put down a network node. So we might need a few more circuits, but I might end up building another network node in this system. I wasn't going to, but when I look at the printer and what it's capable of, all we can build right now is the bulwark shield generator, and so we don't have any shields on the ship whatsoever right now. But if we were to build this, we'd gain 500 shield HP. We can fit up to 2 of them. It goes into a low slot, so tanking HP modules go into a low slot. And it does add some mass, but the ship itself, part of the reason I'm looking at shield tanking, is the ship itself, in theory, does have some passive shield regen. So if we look at our attributes, we do have a shield recharge time of 240 seconds. All the vets have this, core vets have this. So we would have some ability to get a passive shield recharge, whereas armor is obviously not going to passively recharge. Trying to keep these mining lenses fairly even. Only have the 2 with us right now, but it wouldn't be very difficult for us to build more tick silicates. Oh, we were building something in here. Oh no, we built the circuits, but we have extra materials in here. There isn't any like technical storage in these right now. The only storage is when you put stuff in to run a job. Definitely end up needing to get more bulk ammo. I went through several hundred ammo last time I tried to do some writing. 400 will get us started. Each gun takes 80, so it'll give us a couple of cycles. 2 maybe. 3 I guess, because it's the first load. No, it won't even do that. I guess 2 plus 20 in each. Yeah, that's not very much ammo. Auto cannons have a fast rate of fire, so they burn through that pretty quickly. No, resource collection is not super exciting, but it's a big part of the game. Standard survival. This is where I think some EVE Online players might struggle a little bit with this, just because EVE has a lot more instant gratification. But for me, I find this more gratifying because everything I'm doing has a goal connected to it, you know? Like if I'm mining for a purpose. I'm not mining because I'm just trying to make money or something like that. I'm mining because I need a new gun. I'm mining because I need ammo. I'm not just buying it from market. No, I'm creating that commodity that I need. I'm creating that chip that I need. And I find that to be a more gratifying experience than, you know, I'm mining some rocks so that I can sell a ship to a guy so I can put more money in my wallet that I don't know what I'm going to do with. There's not as clear of a goal there. Oh, I guess I could just dump in. That would be smart. Both my refineries are currently crunching ore already. Just double check if there is more carbon. Metal rich. Oh, there's metal in system. That's good. I didn't think we had any. I'm gonna go mine some of that because there's no way this is enough ammo. I'll pop over here and mine some metal. 400 won't get us very far. I do kind of like the little like Tetris capacitor and stuff. I'm sure they'll update some of this UI over time, but I like go with like the gritty survival. I like some of the gritty UI. I think it's a fun combination. Okay, looks like we're alone here too. Unless someone's hiding, but a reason for them to be. Doesn't mean they're not here, but the likelihood seems low. This we won't have to mine nearly as much of, thankfully. Mostly we're just after that metal so we can make ammo. Because depending on the size of the site, we could burn through 1,000 ammo, and we've only got 400 right now. Sorry, responding to Discord to stuff. I say I mostly play. I mostly do stuff, you know, through Discord for EVE Online. I'm the CEO, and most of the time I'm just putting out fires or answering questions and stuff. Like, I don't really mind doing. I mean, heck, in the stream, it just makes the stream easier. The last questions gives me something to talk about. I have to think about it. I think with just a single load of the metallic will probably give us enough. Past 80% or 90%, whatever that beep is. Surprised this playlist is still quite long. Like Netflix. I know I'm dating myself when I say this, but it's up on my Pandora a lot. I know most people do Spotify these days, but I'm too lazy to build my own playlist. So my friend just showed me that Spotify has radio stations now, which is nice. But that's what didn't get me into Spotify to start with. I was like, oh, you want me to do work, to pick out my own music. No, I just want you to tell me what I like. I'll give you a starting point, and then you can tell me what music I like. Generally, I mean, music has genres, so not too weird of an ask. I don't know, music is very much a mood thing for me. If it's a crappy day at work, I'm going to put on Avenged Sevenfold so that I don't take it out on other people. Or try not to. If it's a good day at work, I might put on something boppy. Not enough cargo space. Alright, let's be it first. Oh, build my portable storage? Didn't see that coming. Alright, well, start by refining what we can. I haven't actually filled one of these before. First things I built. Okay, that should help quite a bit. I'll give us a good chunk. And I'm gonna put the water in, try and make fuel. But cool, I got enough room now. I can deliver this. Water into fuel, that'll help make it quite a bit smaller. Plus it's useful. The water by itself is not useful. Look at how fast the water goes up because it uses 600 a stack. Even from 2 loads of carbon-S, we're able to do 1800 fuel. I mean, this ship holds 1800. That's another way I could. That's 2 full loads of mining just to basically get a tank and then bucket. Not a lot. Okay, so we need 3150 carbon for carbon weave. Don't have enough, so we're going to have to refine more carbon. Fine, we have more. Still working. But once this is done, we'll be able to swap. You can probably tell because I'm looking up, but I have a triple monitor setup, and I really like it, but I think my desk is not deep enough. I think it would be much more comfortable if my desk was deeper and I sat further away from the monitors. That is definitely going to be a consideration next time I get a desk. A lot of looking up, I guess. But it's also my 30-inch monitor, so where I want to have. I don't like that. I don't like how that works. If you put an uneven stack in, I mean, go figure, it stores it in the job, but I can't drop other stuff into the job. There's a lot of talk around inventory right now. I'm sure this will improve drastically. I don't feel like the annoyingness of these full screen inventory windows that I'm constantly bouncing in and out of will be the final state, because we're giving a lot of feedback on it. And that'll be one of the advantages of like the long-term vision that they're going for in this game. You know, things that are super frustrating, if you feel like you want to solve them, there will be avenues to solve them, or there will be other people that are working the problem that can help you solve them, or, you know, you'll have ways to attack it, you'll have ways to work through it. Like, for example, I would learn how to program if it meant I could fix the administrative side of corporations in EVE Online. Like, is a very basic feature. They're starting to add some stuff finally in the last year, but it was definitely something that they made as a very basic feature when the game first launched, and then basically barely touched from that point forward. You know, it's very bare bones. A lot of the stuff doesn't make a lot of sense. There's, you know, just as an example, you know, you basically have to make someone a co-CEO to be able to remove them from the corporation. Not remove them, but for them to be able to remove other people. You know, and there's no ways to say it, to set hierarchies of, you know, roles. So you can't define like, hey, this is my basic member role, this is a senior member role, and this is, well, you can set like a director, you know, your top level one. That's a pretty obvious hierarchy just because it's a co-CEO type position. And they can do almost everything a CEO can do, but for some reason they don't get notifications of when somebody leaves the corporation. The only person in the game of EVE Online that's notified when a player of a corporation leaves is the CEO. And I can't quite understand the logic behind why they decided only the CEO should be notified. It seems like something relevant to the rest of the people that are managing the corporation. And like, the reality of EVE is that most CEOs, oh, it's 2:30. Most CEOs are not the one that's actively managing things. They're off doing other things. 2-8. Oh my gosh. 4228 divided by 230. I have to use my calculator a little too much for this right now. I'm just trying not to put extra stuff in here so we don't end up with a weird stack again. I mean, I guess technically I don't have to use my calculator. You just increase the job costs until I hit a number, but... Oops, I went too far. It's going to take 40 minutes. Well, I think we'll collect those tomorrow, but I'll start them. Back up. Just trying to get this carbon weave. Oh, 4 more minutes. This will get us enough, though. In 4 minutes, we'll have enough. We can build the carbonus. So let's look at the other printer. And this is why you have multiple printers. Like, I just put in ammo build for 40 minutes. And that means I can't build anything else in that printer for 40 minutes. But I can just put down another printer, and I can keep doing that until I have enough printers to do what I want to do. Shield generator that requires the carbon weave, the circuits. And that's all we can really make right now. We've got the autocannons already. We've got some ammo. The heat exchanger is, or that heat mechanic, that's not going to help us with what we're doing right now. So without putting down a permanent base, all I can do is add some shield HP. And I have a hull repairer. I don't have a shield repairer. I just only have the passive regen, and I have an afterburner already on the ship. So the only thing I'm going to be able to do to try and do something with this tonight is... Where's fitting? I just went right by it. You know, we'll remove the cargo grid, so the cargo holder gets smaller. And we'll throw that into our storage. And then we'll have our, oh, not there, we'll have our shield bulwark there, and then we'll have our guns in our top slot with some ammo. And then we'll go try one of these surveyor sites and see. I haven't tried one yet. I think I tried doing some, you know, back in December, but it's been too long. They've changed things. I don't remember how difficult they are. Hopefully I don't die. It's like the name of the game out here. You can do just about anything as long as you stay alive. Sounds like life, huh? Alright, let's see how we're doing here. This one's not running. Oh, well, if it's not running. Start working on more of it. I don't plan to stay in this area too long. Maybe a day or two. Okay, the goal is just to build up a little bit of money. To do so, I'm going to need some combat stuff, because I was kind of just like travel fit to get over here. And weight impacts your ability to travel. Everything in the game has weight. So you definitely end up in these kind of situations where I already have a base, but in the process of jumping to the base and switching out the fitting of my ship, I'm going to have a really hard time getting back here. And I have to get back into this area so I can go to a keep so I can sell it. So you end up building another base, whether it be temporary or permanent or semi-permanent. You know, none of the stuff that I would put down to do this project would be too massively labor intensive. You know, but I would avoid putting down something like a hangar because it just takes a lot of work. A lot of work. Now the advantage too, if we were to, well, we couldn't build it inside of here because this is not an L point, but if we were to build a network node, that network node could be our new respawn point, and then we would at least respawn. Fire. I'm not going to live here permanently. I'm surprised you're awake already. But if I put down a network node here to expand some of my like tanking capabilities or to build a little bit better weapons, I could set this as a respawn point, and then I would have a baseline to try and rebuild a ship. Oh. Yeah. Work's important. Sorry, you have to work on a Sunday, on Father's Day. Hopefully it's an easy day. But yeah, if we were to drop down the network node, we could build some better tanking modules and stuff. That is not today's problem. Alright. We have finally gotten the carbon we need. And this is pretty rare right now, this downtime that I've had right now as we're going through this process. If I was back where my base was, I would be just running around doing the next thing. I've got enough structures down that, you know, okay, that thing works on that project, that thing works on that project, and work, get it done. But I'm trying not to go too overboard out here, because I would just invest too much time in it. Okay, there is the carbon we've done. I guess it's the same printer. I'm just working on building some like tank modules and stuff, and autocannons and some ammo. Because I'm not too far from the keep right now, and I'm in a pretty... what seems to be a pretty little lucrative pocket over here with quite a few resources available. Because the set of gates where the keep was completely cleaned out. I managed not to be stranded, but I only got like 800 fuel. So I didn't have enough fuel to even try and come back. So I just moved forward into the next set of gates, and as I was in the process of coming over here, I found a place where I made a fuel depot and filled my hole back up. And then I made my way over here, and now that I'm here, there's enough sites, and there's only like 1 or 2 other people that I've seen. So I'm working on building some combat modules so I can try and get the rogue drone cores to sell for lenses. I got 2.5 minutes. Guess we can start fitting the ship. So use our fitting service. I don't think you actually have to click on that when you're next to the refuge. I think it just works, but habit, I guess. So because this stuff is on chain, I mean, it's not live right now, but because it's set up to be on chain, all of the modules, the unpackaged modules and stuff that are fitted on your ships are actually singleton items. You know, I think long term they're going to have information of like who built them and so on and so forth. So out here we can't repackage them. They're something that we can just kind of store or get rid of. Up to us. You can see we got our guns mounted. We got 75 DPS out of them, an alpha strike of 150, so standard EVE terminology here. It should have been showing this with the mining lasers as well, mining cutters, whatever they're called, cutting lasers. But that's just a bug right now. Eventually they will show them. I think it's because they're a mining class module, and by default EVE Online they don't do any damage, so just gotta change things a little bit. But we have all the normal stuff here except for the capacitor readout, which we normally have in EVE Online. We do have an undersized propulsion module because I stole this off of a shuttle, but that's okay, it still doubles our speed. And this still does have the simulate ability from EVE, so if you want to go in here, excuse me, to the simulator, and you can play around with stuff and check out different fittings and whatnot. I have not tried shield tanking before, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, I guess technically I don't have shield rep modules or anything. I would need to put down an assembler for that. But we'll try just a buffer fit. That should at least let us live long enough to see what the site looks like. And the shields will passively recharge. Oh, I forgot about this. So because we just put on the shield module and we don't have a shield rep down, it's not like armor. Armor is just HP, it's a plate. Shields have to like build up. So we're starting from 0 and we're just passively recharging the shield as we go. I made the mistake fire of starting a stack of ammo that's going to be building for the next like half an hour. Which makes me think I'm building 1800 ammo. Shield repper, yeah. I can't make the repper without the assembler. No, there's a restorer. There's a shield restorer. It's a different type. Shield. Oh. Yeah, restore. Is it just recharge? Activation cost 6. Shield recharge. Oh, you're right. Interesting. I just learned something. I was really focused on the armor one before. Okay, now I gotta look. So the hardeners are active. Shield systems. So we have the bulwark on. The attuned has resistances 25% across the board, but they have an activation cost on them. And do they add additional shield HP? They do. They add 425. Yeah, because they have the same name. And then we have the reinforced, which has an increase to shield HP and a bonus to recharge. So typically, you can have 2 shield modules. So we could have the bulwark, which just gives HP, and then we could be adding, you know, the reinforced or the attuned to get some resistances and HP. And then the hardeners are a mid-slot module, just like Eve. And you can then use these as, in this case, they're not an activated module. They just have a penalty on the recharge of your cap. I don't know, shields just seem better than armor. But maybe I'm going to be warping in and out more. Alright, let's see what there is in system. Nope, nope, nope. Surveyors. This is the site I want to check out. I'll be right back for a bio break before we do this. One sec. Yeah, it's kind of funny where I almost went into Big C. So I worked my way around, and where I'm at, they're like right over here, like that. That's what I was missing. So I guess I'm kind of behind the keep now, but you can see I've been kind of just like circling my way around this way. Because this keep right here, this area around it was a wasteland. Good luck refueling your ship as you go through that area. I almost didn't make it. Nice. Okay, so we got our shield maxed out. Shield recharge is kind of like a ramp, so you got a lot more recharge at the bottom, plus the top. I think this is as much as we can do to repair. I'm going to separate my afterburner because I have trouble telling them apart. And we're going to try this surveyor site. Thankfully I have some warp out points in the system that I can jump back to if it seems scary. Thanks, Fire. Yeah, it's the assembler. The assembler, not the printer that I would need. And we're shooting. Tactical unit, there's just the 2 so far. Okay. We can handle 2, but the nest started the same way. Thought I was screwed. I'm definitely feeling like I'm going to need some more shield modules for this. I'll run the whole ripper a little bit. Maybe take out at least one of them here. One of them down here for sure. Trying to watch my HP so I don't die again. Let's see how many spawn because there's waves. Oh, so just 2 so far? Okay. I can handle 2. You're not familiar with this from Eve modules. Typically have like an auto repair or auto repeat function, and oh, ran out of cap. Ah, yeah, there's some frail data. And the oh yeah, these surveyor sites are way easier. This is what I should have been doing before. Wouldn't have lost my ship. See you, Fire. Now my shield is passively recharging. But most modules have an auto repair function on them. Auto repeat function on them. And you can actually manually turn that off by just right clicking and checking the auto repeat box off. I don't know if I forgot to grab the rest of the ammo. Whoops, well, that worked out. Well, now I know. I can run surveyor sites easily. It would still be helpful, of course, to have better tanking ability, but it's... See the cool planet with the ring down there? I love when this stuff happens. All these things exist in their space. I wonder if there's anything else here. Seemed to be. But anyways, you can turn that auto repeating back on by just activating the module once and then twice, and then you'll see that little cycle down at the bottom. Hit it again and it turns it off. That's how you can enable kind of the auto repair function. without having to have it checked because you don't want to burn up your cap. Alright, we're going to drop this. Alright, I think we are at a point where we're going to call it for tonight. I'm just going to kind of put the more valuable stuff into my cargo hold to hold on to. So I can log off with it. Reload this, just in case they decide to do something like patch. I won't take the cargo grid, but I will take the cutting lasers. They're kind of a survival item. That's kind of my defaults in this game. Yeah, if I'm going to log off for the night, I kind of grab the stuff that I want to make sure that I don't lose, because when I safe log, it doesn't disappear. I'm sorry, when I safe log, it disappears with me, I should say. So, those are tiny, I guess I'll keep those. I don't have any use for those yet, so I won't worry about those. And fuel, I guess. Tiny bit of fuel. But anyways, so this is just kind of my default. Fill up my cargo hold with stuff that I need to hold on to, or stuff that would be detrimental if I lost it, because this base is meant to be temporary, and wouldn't that suck if I lost all of it and came on the next day and was stuck. So anyways, thank you everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Had a good time, gotten some stuff accomplished. We can finally start working on gathering our feral data. I guess that's all they're called, but the feral data from the rogue drones and those surveyor sites, which apparently this ship can handle just fine. Maybe we'll look at some other sites, not Nestor more than we can handle next time. But for now, I'm gonna call it. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for stopping by. Later.
Trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning. Oh, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back. Moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go. Hey. Yeah, this is my life, my strife, my right to fight, to die, and this is my game to play, to claim a brand new name, oh. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a bit nervous that I might screw everything up that I've ever done. But what's the point of living if you ain't having fun? I guess I'll try this, try that, might miss, gotta find what I'm good at. I guess I look here, look there, over where am I scared, where am I at? I gotta make it in this life, whatever makes me happy, know I'm doing things right. Sipping in the summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night, oh. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?